The man in my basement takes one step closer every week. Chapter 1. 1. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. 2. If the intruder decides to stay, he will take one step closer each week. 3. Do not attempt to speak with him, hurt him, or get third parties involved. 4. Any violation of Rule 3 generally results in several quick steps forward, depending on severity of transgression. 5. Barricading the doors is acceptable. This will slow him down, but the process will be very loud. Difficult to sleep. 6. To others, the intruder will appear as a mannequin, or a rubber dummy, or a coat hanger, etc. Do not let guests near him. 7. The intruder will not move so long as you have guests in the house, guests who actually want to be there. Once I had an old friend sleep on the couch for 3 months, and the intruder did not move a step. 8. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. Never make plans to move, even browsing for houses online, etc. The importance of this rule cannot be overstated. General notes. None of these rules are set in stone. The intruder seems to evolve and react depending on your actions. Personally, I recommend measuring the distance from him to the furthest corner of the house. Calculate how long it will take him to reach you. Set up your bedroom as far away as possible. Once established, do not move your bed. You must sleep there from now on. Please note that sometimes he will leave his station and wander up into the house. Do your best to ignore him. He will always return to the last place he left off. I had to laugh as I read the typo-written list of stupid rules left on my doorstep, likely conjured up by some neighborhood kid with too much free time. Props for the creativity, though. Stepping back inside, I folded it up and tucked it away. Guess it was preferable to getting toilet papered. Slumping back onto the living room couch, I resumed watching the game. I just moved into the neighborhood. Owning a house of my own had been a life's goal since 18. Now, after 15 years of working, saving, and taking on crippling debt, I finally had a place of my own. Hooray. A killer deal on a modest 1980 two-story with a basement and a backyard swimming pool. The main floor was an open design, kitchen, living room, and an entrance hallway that led to the upstairs. Upstairs was a short alcove with 3 doors: master bedroom, guest room, and washroom. This house was the only thing in my lonely life I felt proud of. Something caught the corner of my eye. Across the living room, in the front entrance hallway, the basement door was cracked open. A slit of pitch dark. Okay. I turned back to the TV. Probably forgot to close it earlier. Shaking it off, I focused on the game as much as I could, but the cracked open door lurked in my peripheral all the while. It almost felt like someone was watching me. Fuck. I got up from the couch, marched across the room, pulled the door shut, and marched back. Embarrassed, I plopped into the couch and swung my feet up onto the coffee table. Maybe that stupid list of rules was getting to me after all. Maybe whoever wrote it wasn't done messing with me yet. Knock, knock, knock. I jumped at the pounding on my front door. Muting the TV, I begrudgingly got up, hauled over, and yanked open the door. A smiling man greeted me, barely 5 foot tall, round, and wearing a bright green Hawaiian t-shirt with matching cargo shorts, vaguely reminding me of Batman's penguin. sir," he said, a forced smile plastered to his face. "Hello." "I'm sorry to bother you." He looked down at my shoes, studying. "Someone's been leaving notes on the doorsteps out here, and since you're new," he looked up, glanced back over his shoulder, then back to me. "I just wanted to warn you." This guy had more nervous energy than a cold turkey drug addict. "Warn me about what?" The smile on his face turned grim. "The notes," he said, pausing for effect. "There's a..." He searched for words. "There's a mentally unstable young man in the neighborhood." "Okay." "His father..." He glanced back over his shoulder. "His father lived in the house across the street from you." An overgrown one-story box of a house. It almost looked abandoned. "When his father passed, the son..." He looked back to me. "Started writing notes, leaving them on doorsteps around the neighborhood." I set my hand on the pocket where I had tucked away the note. "The son, if you see him, he's harmless, and the notes, well, of course they're nonsense." He chuckled. I pulled the note from my pocket. "Yeah, I was wondering," I said, carefully unfolding the paper. The man's eyes filled with concern. "Rule 1, I read aloud. "He will..." "Please," he stammered. I raised an eyebrow. I've seen enough of those for a while." He rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. "They're harmless, but also kind of..." He looked around, again searching for words. "Creepy," I said. His eyes lit up. "Yes, creepy. What a great word, creepy." He marveled. Weirdly impressed, I almost laughed. "Anyways," he continued, "I just wanted to let you know, don't worry about those notes. They're ridiculous, of course." "Of course." "Well, I best be..." For the third time he searched for words. "Leaving?" "Yeah." He laughed, wagging a finger at me. "I must say you're really good with words." He shook his head like he'd just pulled off a magic trick. "I try," I said skeptically, though he seemed sincere. "Howie, by the way." He shot out his hand for a handshake. I recoiled. The pandemic was still in full swing. "Oh, of course," he said. Reading the room, he shook his head again. "Still not used to it." "It's all good. I'm Brandon, by the way." "Brandon." He smiled and turned away. I stood there in the doorway, watching him leave, dumbfounded by the strange, almost comical conversation. As he stepped onto the road, I stepped back into my house and went to pull the door shut. I stopped short. Something caught the corner of my eye. About 7 houses down sat a white hatchback car with tinted windows, idling. I can't say why it grabbed my attention, but it did. For some unknown reason, it felt out of place. Sinister, even. Shrugging, I stepped back inside and pulled the door shut behind me. I collapsed back onto the couch. Fuck! My team was losing. It was dark out when the game finished. 3-1 against me. Of course, I turned off the TV, stretched up my arms, pushed off the couch, and froze. The basement door was open again. Wide open this time. A few long seconds crept by until I finally stepped forward. And no, I shut that door. I stopped at the top of the stairs. Below me, everything faded into uninviting darkness. I flicked on the light, and an orange glow stuttered to life. Beige cream walls and scratchy carpet. The stairs went down about 20 steps, then took a hard turn to the left. I'd only been in the basement 3 times since moving. Nothing but unopened cardboard boxes down there. I pulled the door shut. I went up to my room. Crawling into bed, I flicked off the light and closed my eyes. Maybe the door was broken. A bump in the night startled me awake. I checked the time, 2:58 a.m. Faint moonlight cast in through the bedroom window. Stacks of unopened moving boxes crowded my room like a cardboard metropolis. The night was silent. Still half asleep, I sat up onto the edge of my bed, staring at the closet door, a door that reminded me of my childhood bedroom, a door that reminded me of an old friend, a sliding door with fake cherry wood vinyl covering, and something downstairs moved. 7 quick thumps creaking across hardwood floor, clicking, almost like dog feet, only heavier. I cursed under my breath, fully awake now. The reasonable part of my mind wondered if a raccoon snuck inside. The less reasonable part of my mind wondered if it was Satan himself. I stood up from the bed and marched over to a stack of boxes in the corner. No way I was going down there without a weapon. Sliding a box off the top of a precarious tower, I turned back and placed it on the bed, rifling through it until my hand grasped a familiar cold metal object. I pulled out a chrome-plated switchblade, the same one I had bought off my weed dealer back in high school. I flicked the knife in and out a couple of times. That'll do. Knife in my back pocket, I stepped towards the doorway, wrapped my grip around the smooth brass doorknob, and pushed it open. It was darker out here. No windows upstairs. I flicked on the light. Cold, waiting room glow cast over everything. At the bottom of the steps, the basement door was still closed. Thank God. I crept silently down the stairs, one step at a time. A faint smell hung in the air, almost like burnt hair and gasoline. Almost. Moonlight cast in through the living room window. Everything down here was quiet and still. Too still. Like the world was on pause. I scanned the living room. Empty. I stepped into the kitchen. Empty. Shaking my head, I pulled open the fridge. Old houses make strange sounds, I reminded myself, pouring a glass of milk. I took a swig and the taste of foul rot filled my mouth. I spewed and spat back into the cup. What the hell? Rinsing out my mouth with tap water, I gurgled and spat until the bitter taste was gone. There's no way that expired already. I checked the date. 6 days till expiration. Weird. I set it down and wandered over to the living room window. Across the street, the neighbor's house was dark. I should have asked Howie if the note leaving Son still lived there. Based on what he said, it sounded like this kid needed professional help. Suddenly, a light snapped on across the street. Exterior. Left side of the house. Motion detector. Bluish glow revealed a cluttered and neglected backyard, even more unkempt than the front. Moths flapped in desperate circles over the unnatural light, and then it went dark. I turned back to head upstairs, but stopped. My eyes caught the basement door again. Still closed. But something stirred within me this time. Morbid curiosity, perhaps? I trudged over and pulled open the door. I flicked on the light and stepped down. Scratchy carpet clawed at the soles of my socks. I reached the stairwell corner. More darkness. A 15-foot hallway with doors on either side led to an open rec room. I flicked the next light switch. Nothing, of course. I stood there for a good 10 seconds, staring into the dark, the strange pull of curiosity only getting stronger. Begrudgingly, I pulled out my phone, turned the light on, and moved forward, stepping over boxes and clutter as I went. The strange smell from upstairs was even stronger down here, like gasoline and burnt hair. Maybe there was a leak. I'd get that checked out tomorrow. Regardless, I pushed forward and stepped into the garage-sized rec room. Cold concrete against my feet. I scanned the phone light from left to right until I froze. Stood in the back right corner was a coat rack post. For a second, it almost looked like a person. I don't own any coat racks. Somebody put it there. I felt sick, angry. Somebody broke into my house and put a coat rack in my basement corner. Indignant, I marched forward, yanked it off the ground, and stormed back upstairs. I knew exactly who did it too. The same person who left the note. Had to be. That was disturbing enough in its own right, supernatural bullshit or not. Of course, back then, the possibility of the note being a sincere warning never crossed my mind. I didn't even consider the chance that something unknown and terrible was about to enter my life and never leave. At this point, I was convinced that a malicious trickster was trying to break my sanity. I'm not the most stable of individuals, but it'd take more than a coat rack and a creepy note to do that. A lot more. I snapped the coat rack in half, tossed it in the garbage, and sat up in the living room till morning. That week I installed new security and locks. If anything else happened, I'd get the police involved. Stupid rules be damned. Either way, I'd been through worse. In hindsight, dismissing the note might be the biggest regret of my entire life. Chapter 2. I stood at the living room window, waiting. Finally, the garbage truck pulled up to the curb. A heavy-set man in a bright orange viz vest stepped off the side and spat dryly onto the pavement. He hoisted my garbage, coat rack included, into the back compactor. Joy. Climbing onto the truck, he unceremoniously tossed the aluminum bucket back onto the road. My relief vanished. Inside the bucket was a left-behind, foot-long splinter, a lingering remnant of the coat rack. Bursting through the front door, I yelled after the garbage truck, and it lurched to a grudging stop. I forced a smile, strode across the yard, bent over, reached into the can, grabbed the splinter of wood, and tossed it into the truck. The Visvest man blinked disinterest towards me as they drove off towards the next house. The truck's compactor pressed down with a satisfying crunch. Goodbye, coat rack. There was a strange comfort in it, as though the coat rack itself held some special power over me, a power which, upon its destruction, had lifted. Strolling back toward the house, I caught myself smiling, almost feeling happy. I wrapped my hand around the front doorknob and a sharp pain shot up my wrist. My arm swung back like electric shock. Gritting my teeth, I turned my palm over. A splinter about the size of a blood test needle was lodged in between my thumb and pointed finger. Ouch. I breathed in, pinched the splinter, yanked it out, and tossed it back over my shoulder. I stepped inside. As I pulled the door shut, red smeared across the brass knob. I turned my hand over again. A thin line of blood trailed out from the puncture hole, snaking down towards the tip of my thumb. Wrapping my other hand around the wound, I marched back towards the kitchen. Bandages were in a tray on top of the fridge. After I finished wrapping my hand up, I turned around and leaned back against the fridge, marveling at how quickly my good mood had soured. All it took was a wooden splinter. But then another thought crept into my head. Part of me, the paranoid, irrational part, wanted to go back and find the splinter, take it out past city limits and burn it, just in case I actually had to fight the urge to go back and do this. It's Just a coat rack, I reminded myself. Nothing more, nothing less. Either way, I took comfort in the new security setup. Alarms on every door and window, big stickers advertising the system to any would-be intruders. I even checked every corner of the house just to make sure nobody was hiding inside. Can't be too careful. Despite everything, I still hadn't fully processed the fact that somebody had taken the time and effort to break into my house and set a coat rack in the basement corner. Not steal anything, not even move anything, just set a coat rack in the basement corner. This simple fact stuck in the back of my head like a stubborn popcorn shell stuck between teeth. The worst. Hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table, I took a sip of bitter black coffee. Thanks to the pandemic, all work was homework now. But that was fine by me. I preferred staying at home to just about everything else anyways. Typing away, I was finally falling into that ever elusive Zen state of work, coding line after line until my phone buzzed against the plastic vinyl tabletop. Unknown caller. I reached over and froze. Something told me not to answer it. Something told me to block the number, but I shook it off and answered regardless. "Brandon," said the voice on the other end. I couldn't tell if it was a question or a statement. "Speaking." "I'm calling about that note," he continued. "The one on your doorstep." He sounded young, early 20s perhaps. "Okay." "Yeah, I was the one who left it there." I didn't respond. I didn't know how to respond. "Look, I know it's weird. Trust me. I know better than most. The thing here is to make sure you understand what's going on. To make sure you take it seriously. Does that make sense?" I didn't answer. He sighed, anxious. "I know you think I'm crazy. Shit, I might be. I need you to talk with a person." "Don't call this number again," I said plainly and ended the call. Setting the phone down, I leaned back in my chair and crossed my arms. Looking back, I regret my coldness here. But in my defense, I'd seen enough real-life horror by then. I was pushing 40 and well acquainted with the crushing mundanity of real-life suffering. I had no desire to indulge in made-up nonsense. Knock, knock, knock. My heart skipped a beat as the pounding at the front door continued. I slid back on my chair and stood up. Fists clenched, I marched across the room and yanked open the door. There stood a young man, tall and dressed in a white shirt with black denim pants. "Look, I'm really sorry to be this persistent, but..." Immediately, I recognized his voice from the phone call, but I had to admit his appearance was surprising. Until now, I imagined a Weasley-looking, basement-dwelling internet troll. But this guy almost looked like a low-key movie star. Young Marlon Brando vibes. Regardless, I didn't know what to say. He looked down, kicking his feet awkwardly at the ground. He looked up. "I just need 5 minutes," he said. "I'll explain everything and never come back." His eyes were filled with sincerity, years of suffering hidden beneath a desperate smile. I looked around. Other neighbors were milling about. A few glanced over, concerned. I looked back to him. "Fine." My voice dripped with skepticism. He looked back over his shoulder, then back to me. "We can't talk here. Let's go for a walk if that's all right." I consider myself a pretty good judge of character, and he didn't seem dangerous. He seemed worried. If anything, my curiosity was driving now. Overcast gray fell over the suburbs. We walked down the street, side by side, 6 feet apart, silent. Our shoes scraped against the concrete, and the smell of outdoor barbecues lingered in the air. He looked back over his shoulder. We were about 4 houses down from mine. "First off," he said, looking forward again, "I want to apologize." He slid his hand into his pockets as he walked. "I don't really know the best way to approach something like this. I'm sorry for being so cryptic." I grunted non-committedly. "Second, I really don't expect you to believe me. Unless I saw something firsthand, I wouldn't believe me either." He looked up at the clouds and squinted as diffuse sunlight cast against his face. The sky was spitting rain now. Invisible drops you only felt, sporadic, icy pinpricks against the skin. "Maybe I am crazy. I don't know," he shrugged. "My dad was, at least that's what we all thought until he finally..." He trailed into silence. "Anyways, I'm getting off track," he said, running a hand through his jet black hair. "Just take it seriously for the first couple weeks and see where it goes. If it's bullshit, then it's bullshit." I still wasn't quite sure what to say. At this point, I believed that he believed. But that wasn't enough to change my entire worldview. That wasn't enough to start believing in sentient coat racks. "All you can do is search for ways to slow him down, invite people over as much as possible, try to figure out if there's a way to stop him without breaking the established rules. I know there's the pandemic, but hell, invite a stranger over if you have to, rent free. It should at least buy you some time." "Who's living in your father's house?" I asked with directness that surprised even me. I don't know." "You don't know?" He shrugged. "I haven't been there since..." Again, he trailed off into silence. Grimacing, he looked around as if the words might be somewhere close. I grew up here," he said, changing the topic once again. "My sister and I used to collect pine cones in the park." He pointed across the street. Park was a generous word for an empty lot with a couple of trees and a bench. "We'd sell them to the neighbors." He almost smiled. "Pine cones with googly eyes glued on. 5 cents a piece." He shook his head like a chill went down his spine. "Look, you've just got to take the rules seriously." I still wasn't convinced. "You don't know who's living in your own dad's house?" I persisted. "Did you sell it?" He stopped walking and turned to face me. "Don't try to understand this. Trust me." He rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. "The more you try to make sense of it, the more you try to rationalize, it only gets worse." Sounds like a death cult mantra. "Sure." You have my number, right?" I nodded. "If anything happens, you have any more questions, call me anytime. Seriously, anytime. 4 in the morning if you have to. I don't care." "Okay." It's Mitchell, by the way. Just Mitch is fine too." He gave a little wave, turned away, and strolled off down the street, leaving me even more confused than before. Worse than that, part of me was beginning to consider the possibility that this might actually be real. A possibility made all the more disturbing due to the fact that I'd already broken nearly every single rule. Classic horror movie fuck up. Either way, his sincerity was unsettling. By the time I got back home, it was already dark out. I stood at my front door, rifling for my keys when... "Brandon?" A familiar voice called out from behind. I turned back to see Howie, standing on the curb. I almost didn't recognize him at first. He wore a blue tracksuit with a blue pencil tucked behind his ear and blue headphones wrapped around his neck. This guy really liked blue. "Howie," I said. "Neighbor's kid spoke with you, huh?" He rested his hands on his hips. I nodded. What'd he say? I shrugged. Same stuff as the note. Howie shook his head as if to say, I expected as much. Poor kid, he said. At least he'll stop bugging you now. Yeah. Just then, beside the house across the street, the outdoor motion light snapped on. Odd. Howie looked back to see what I was looking at. Through the cracks in the fence, a lined silhouette stood up against the boards. It was hard to tell from this distance, but it almost looked like somebody was standing there, watching us, peering through the fence cracks, motionless. But the yard was filled with junk, so it could have been anything. Howie turned back to me. Anyways, he started pulling up his headphones and turned away. Who's living there now? I said. Howie froze, lowered the headphones and turned back. Not sure. They never sold it? Nope, not to my knowledge. So, it's empty. I've seen someone, maybe a few someones milling about inside. Ever seen them outside? Howie tilted his head, thinking. He clearly never paid much attention to it. I don't think so, but I got goldfish memory these days. He chuckled, shrugged, reached to put his headphones back on, and... Oh! His face lit up. I've been stuck on this. He pulled a crumpled piece of paper out from his jumpsuit pocket and read. A thin piece of metal which glows brightly when a current passes through. He looked up at me, eyes filled with hope. 8 words... First letter F, third letter L. The light across the street snapped off, and a light inside snapped on. Window blind shadows cast from inside as someone moved across the living room, a drifting silhouette. Brandon? Filament, I said, eyes still locked on the house across the street. Howie scribbled away. That's it. My God, that's it. He sounded like he just won $1,000. He looked up at me. You're brilliant. I looked back to Howie. Glad to help. Anyways, said Howie, enthusiasm suddenly gone. See you around. He pulled his headphones up and jogged away. I stood there, watching the house across the street. The light inside was still on, but no more movement. I turned back to my door and stepped inside. Pulling the door shut behind me, I strode into the living room and stood at the window. The house across the street was dark again. Okay. I pulled the curtains shut and turned back for the kitchen. I sniffed. The strange smell of gasoline and burnt hair lingered in the air still, subtle but unmistakable. I flicked on the kitchen light and sat down at the table and stared blankly at the wall. Harsh fluorescent glow vibrated against white stucco. I should get warmer light bulbs. Then another thought crawled into my head, a thought that was slithering around in my subconscious for the past few minutes. Mitchell, the dead neighbor's son, did not put the coat rack in your basement. Of course, it's possible he did, but after talking with him, it seemed highly unlikely. And this raised another, even worse question. Who put the coat rack in the basement? Howie? Doubtful. Another neighbor? Possibly. The person or persons living across the click. The sound of a door popping open interrupted my thoughts. I looked back over my shoulder, across the living room. In the front entrance hallway, the basement door was open. Just a crack. A thin line of darkness. Fuck it. I marched upstairs, grabbed my switchblade from the bedside table and stormed back down. Each footstep heavier than the last. Knife clenched in my left fist. I swung open the basement door and flicked on the light. I'm armed, I said, trying and failing to sound like a threat. "If anyone's down there, make yourself known now." Silence. Nothing but the hum of a buzzing light bulb. I took a deep breath and exhaled. "Okay," I whispered, taking a slow step forward. I used to mock people in horror movies for always going down in the basement, but in the moment, it weirdly felt like my best option. It was that, or leave the house, or try to sleep. Try to sleep while knowing that someone might be hiding in the basement. Call the cops. Tell them I found a coat rack that didn't belong to me. Most cops don't even have the time to worry about stolen cars, let alone misplaced furniture. None of these choices were appealing. I reached the first stairwell and stopped at the first corner. Somehow, the hallway seemed darker than before. I flicked the light switch, warm glow cast over all. The light wasn't working last time. I stepped forward. The familiar smell of burnt hair and gasoline was getting stronger. The short walk down the hallway feeling like eternity. Finally, I stepped into the rec room. Both corners were empty. Breathing relief, I felt blood rush into my face. Once again, embarrassed by my own paranoia. Embarrassed by my fear. I pocketed the switchblade and turned back when something caught my eye. In the far right corner, behind a stack of cardboard boxes, water. A thin layer of surface tension, slowly spreading across the shiny concrete floor. Fuck. They never said anything about leaks when I bought the place. I crossed the room and squatted down. There were scattered clumps of wet dirt too. No obvious source for the leak. Strange. The circle of water slowly expanded outward. I stared into it, and my crystal clear reflection stared back. I needed a haircut. Drip. My face rippled as a single drop fell from above. Of course, I looked up. Drip. Nothing but pink insulation and 2x4 beams up there. Could be a faulty pipe, I thought. Might explain the weird smells too. Bang! The door slammed shut upstairs. Around the corner, the basement door slammed shut. I jumped to my feet and whipped out the switchblade. Then, before I could process what happened, everything went dark. Pitch fucking dark. The kind of dark that makes everything sound like it's right next to your ear. The kind of dark that makes your thoughts visible. I fumbled for my phone, but it clattered onto the floor. Fuck. I dropped to my knees, flailing in the dark, sliding my hands across the cold, smooth concrete. I desperately searching for the light. All the while, the smell of burnt hair growing stronger. No phone, only concrete. Concrete and cardboard boxes. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Panic rose inside my chest like a swelling balloon, threatening to burst right through my ribcage. I froze. I breathed in. I breathed out. I breathed in. I breathed out. The panic stopped growing. It didn't get worse. It didn't get better. It merely held in a state of pure survival mode. I could work with that. Clenching my eyes shut, I rose back to standing. I didn't even know which direction to go anymore. Following my gut, I took a step forward. Another step. Another. Up ahead, 7 quick thumps staggered down the staircase and slammed against the corner wall. Silence. Deafening silence. A sliding sound scraped against the drywall as if something rose to standing. A sickening chill went down my spine. My hand clenched tight around the switchblade. "You have about 3 fucking seconds," I said, once again failing to sound like a threat. 3 seconds went by. 5 seconds. 10. Only silence. The sound of my own panicked breath and silence. Fuck it. Knife pointing forward, I rushed ahead, screaming my best attempt at a war cry as I flew through the dark, running faster and faster until my ankles caught up against the first step. and I sailed forward, slammed chin first into the corner stairwell, swiping and flailing the blade like a madman all the while. The light snapped on. I squinted as my eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness. Flat on my ass, backed into the corner of the stairwell. There was nobody here. I looked up the stairs. Nothing. I looked down the hallway. I froze. Stood in the rec room center, shattered splinters held together with nails and wire. The coat rack. Chapter 3. Thus far, I'd broken nearly every single so-called rule. 1. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. I'm guessing that snapping the intruder in half and throwing him into a trash compactor counts as an overreaction. 2. If the intruder decides to stay, he'll take one step closer each week. Based on my math, I had about 264 days to go until he reached my bedroom. Probably sooner, since he seemed to be moving faster now. 3. Do not attempt to speak with him, hurt him, or get third parties involved. I snapped him in half and threw him in a trash compactor. 4. Any violation of Rule 3 generally results in several quick steps forward, depending on severity of transgression. That would explain why he's already in the center of the rec room. 5. Barricading the doors is acceptable. This will slow him down, but the process will be very loud, difficult to sleep. I might do this when the time comes. Earplugs and white noise to sleep over the sound. 6. To others, the intruder will appear as a mannequin, or a rubber dummy, or a coat hanger, etc. Do not let guests near him. I don't even want to think about this one right now. 7. The intruder will not move forward so long as you have guests in the house. Guests who actually want to be there. Once, I had an old friend sleep on the couch for 3 months and the intruder didn't move a step. I have no friends. Not anymore. 8. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. Never make plans to move, even browsing for houses online, etc. The importance of this rule cannot be understated. Okay, from there on out, I'd follow the rules until I thought of something better. 2 sleepless nights crawled by until I finally built up the courage to go back downstairs. I needed my phone. Down the basement hallway in the center of the rec room stood the coat rack. Just behind it, my phone lay face down against the concrete floor. Creeping forward, I averted my eyes. It's only a coat rack, I reminded myself. Nothing more, nothing less. Sliding into the rec room, I pushed my back up against the wall and glanced towards the coat rack. Immediate regret followed. Nails and wires were snaked around mangled shards of wood. If the coat rack was a substitute, then what did the actual intruder look like now? An image flashed through my mind, the image of a gaunt man with a carnival smile, held together with nails and wire. Creepy. I shook it off and leapt forward. Snatching my phone, I scrambled away and hauled up the stairs. I could almost feel the hands of nothing chasing me from behind, ever stretching arms desperate to pull me back into the dark. Inching closer and closer for my ankles as I bolted up the stairs, I slammed the door shut. Pressed my back up against it. Breathing heavy, I slid down to the floor. It's just a coat rack, I told myself again. But the words rang empty now. Like a parent telling a frightened child there's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing hiding under the bed, when really they both know there is. There's always something hiding under the bed, but it's not the long-toothed monster you imagined as a child. It's not the boogeyman. It's a feeling. A hidden feeling that you can't accept because you don't even know what it is. So instead you pretend it doesn't exist. A vague and festering obligation you keep pushing back and back and back. Always lurking just out of sight, hiding in your peripherals. Sometimes you even catch a glimpse of it, lurking in the corners, only to look and find nothing. So you shrug it off. You turn back to your phone, your booze, your knock, 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 pounding at the front door. Whatever happened to doorbells? I got up, slinked over, and pulled it open. There on my doorstep, just as I expected, stood Howie. "Brandon," he said, wearing an oversized smile and oversized white hoodie with blue, baggy sweatpants. "Sorry to bother you so early. It's just..." He paused, looked over his shoulder, then back to me. "There's been a few break-ins around the neighborhood last night, and were you hit?" I shook my head. "No." "Fortunate." Behind him in the driveway across the street sat a red Kawasaki motorcycle, the first time I'd seen a vehicle over there. "Anyways," said Howie, "see you around." He turned to leave, and "Howie." He stopped, turned back. "Did you know them?" I asked, still watching the house across the street. "Mr. Carver? A little. He ran a restoration thing, fixed up our basement after a flood once. A nice man, but quiet. He didn't even want a funeral." I nodded. Howie smiled sadly and turned away. "Anyways, be safe out there." He strolled off, humming to himself as he went. Pulling the door shut, I turned back inside. I took my phone out and the screen was cracked. "Spider-webbed. Should have bought a case, you stupid idiot." I dialed. The tone rang out of a couple of times until, "Hello?" Mitch Carver and I met in a diner on the edge of town. A 2010s diner trying way too hard to look like the 1950s diner. Seriously, every single greasy spoon cliche in the book. Movie posters plastered on the walls. All the waitresses wore those blue dress uniforms, and the grill of a turquoise Cadillac hung over the bar. Classy. Red leather booths were lined up against the windows. I sat there, staring blankly outside. Out across the highway sat abandoned middle-class suburbs, foreclosed 12 years back. Graveyards of the '08 market crash. The ever-present drone of highway traffic reverberated in the air. Mitch sat across from me. He wore a leather jacket and a ball cap, his eyes distant and quiet. "You don't count as a third party?" I asked. Mitch eyed me, confused. "The rules, no third parties." And shook his head. "No." "Why not?" "Already a believer." Studying him, I took a sip of bitter black coffee. He still seemed sincere, but trustworthy? I wasn't sure. "Why does belief matter?" I don't really know yet," he said, leaning back in his seat. He glanced back around the diner, almost like he was expecting someone. He turned back to me, suddenly serious. "You need to tell me what happened." "Excuse me?" "You said on the phone, something happened that changed your mind." I raised an eyebrow. I hadn't told Mitchell about my rule breaking for several reasons. Mainly, I didn't want to set him off. For all his sincerity, Mitch did not seem like the most stable of individuals. Not that I blamed him, especially considering his life circumstance. "Why are you helping me?" I said. He looked out the window, his eyes flicking back and forth as traffic sped by. He turned back to me. "I killed my dad," he said. "I mean, not entirely, but it's my fault my dad died." He weighed over his next words carefully. The traffic outside slowly droning ever louder, like a rising tide. Mitch continued. "The last few years of his life, nobody believed him. We all thought he was crazy, but he never talked about it straight up. He just left notes. Sometimes you'd go home after a visit, find one tucked away in your shoe. He cleared his throat. The notes were always about this person hiding in his house, how they were literally trying to scare him to death. The front door chimed open. Mitch tensed up and glanced back over his shoulder. A family of 4 shuffled inside. He relaxed and turned back to me. I just want to make sure what happened to him doesn't happen to anybody else. He leaned back in his seat again, hands wrapped tight around a cup of untouched coffee. Fair enough. Look, said Mitchell. If you broke the rules once, even twice, that's fine. But you need to tell me what happened. I nodded slowly, took a deep breath, and I snapped the coat rack in half, threw it in the trash compactor. His eyes filled with shock, a shock he immediately repressed, like a doctor trying to act cool in front of a patient with horrific test results. And it came back the next day? Yeah, held together by nails and wire. Mitch nodded. How much further ahead was it? The front door chimed open again, but this time he didn't look back. About 10 steps from the corner, I said. Mitch nodded again, trying to act like it was all good when it clearly wasn't. Another question dawned on me. Why does it look like a coat rack? Am I a guest in my own house? Mitchell shrugged. None of the rules are set in stone. Did you buy the place with your own money? Yes. Well, sort of. Mortgage. Yeah, that shouldn't... Mitch. A voice from beside us cut into the conversation. An older man wearing a brown leather jacket and carrying a red bike helmet. Tall, wiry, and in need of a shave. Clint Eastwood vibes. Mitch, where have you been? He said, voice strained with sadness. Mitch looked away, acting like the man wasn't even there. Mitch? He said again, voice almost shaking now. I turned back. Mitch stared down at the coffee in his hands. His reflection rippled in waves of highway traffic rumble. His eyes were wet. Mitch, please. The man leaned forward slightly. I've been looking everywhere for... The stranger trailed off into silence and stepped back. He looked at me. His eyes were filled with years of suffering. He reached into his coat pocket, produces a card, and placed it face down on the table. He looked back at Mitch one last time. I'm always here, kid. He smiled grimly, then turned away and wandered back towards the exit. Hands on the door. He stopped, looked towards us. He opened his mouth to say something, but he turned away, pushed outside, stepped down into the gravel parking lot. He crossed the lot and climbed onto a red Kawasaki motorcycle. Then he looked back at me through the window, smiling sadly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, darted back and forth for a couple seconds, then snapped back to vacant apathy, almost like someone had crawled into his mind. Taking a quick look around and jumped back out, eyes back to sadness. He rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb, pulled on his helmet, revved up the engine, and sped off. Mitch, I said, still staring out the window. The realization of who that might have been was slowly dawning on me. It's not him, said Mitch. Not anymore. I turned back. Mitch, hands shaking, took a sip from his coffee and sat down. You wanted to know what happens when it reaches you? He threw up his hand as if to say, wish granted. I didn't fully understand what he meant by that, but right now wasn't the time to push. Mitch looked on the verge of tears, reaching across the table. He grabbed the card the man had left behind and handed it to me. I turned it over and read. Carver Restoration and Renovation. Owner, P.T. Carver. Mitchell's father. Chapter 4. Rule 6. To others, the intruder will appear as a mannequin, or a rubber dummy, or a coat hanger, etc. Do not let guests near him. What exactly does others mean? Mitch left the diner shortly after his dad showed up. But before he left, I asked him about being the so-called other, about why the intruder appeared as a coat rack. He just shrugged. Rules aren't set in stone. Just keep your distance, said Mitch in regards to his father. He's not what he seems. Meeting with Mitch revealed almost nothing, save for more unsettling questions. Why was his dad still alive? Why was his dad's bike parked in the driveway across the street? Was that even his dad? Was Mitch messing with me? Was the entity messing with both of us? Questions over questions over questions. Rising dread lurked beneath the surface of everything. Like reality itself was nothing but a blanket draped over some unspeakable terror. A veil that might be torn away at any minute, any second. Highway 7 was emptier than usual. My blue 1993 Toyota hatchback reverberated with the drones of rubber against road. A red sun crept down behind distant mountains. Shadows stretched longer as the day crawled westward. Against pastel pink skies, starling flocks moved like a singular hive mind. Driving always calmed me down. Before I owned a car, I used to go for these long, solitary hikes out in the mountain forest. There's something about constant motion, outside, alone and peaceful. I was still committed to these rules, at least until I thought of something better. Regardless, my next priority would be to get somebody over, a guest who actually wanted to stay. Maybe I'd rent out the spare bedroom. Maybe I'd call up an old friend. Easier said than done, especially considering the pandemic. Either way, I needed to get a handle on this. Up ahead, parked at the side of the highway, the red Kawasaki motorcycle. I sped past before the image fully registered. Letting off the gas, I checked the rearview mirror. There it was, the red bike, about 200 feet back. I pulled over. Looking back over my shoulder, only the bike was there. Shifting into reverse, I froze. What was I doing? Mitch specifically told me to keep my distance, but my curiosity had other ideas. I breathed in, I exhaled. I shifted back into forward and stared out into an empty highway ahead, stretching straight to the horizon. Just go home, I thought. Go home, sleep. But I didn't listen. I shifted back into reverse and moved towards the red Kawasaki. Lurching to a stop about 10 feet away, I stepped outside, squinting as rising plumes of dust stung my eyes. There sat the bike, kickstand out, keys still in the ignition. Helmet sat on the driver's seat. I'm no mechanic, but the air smelt like engine trouble. I glanced around. The highway shoulder went out for about 20 feet, then cut down into grassy fields. About 50 feet down, someone sat down on the edge of the shoulder. Mitch's dad, P.T. Carver. At least that's what I assumed from this distance. He sat with elbows resting on knees, staring off into the field, smoking. I stood there, weighing my options, wanting to leave, but letting my curiosity win out yet again. I walked over. The smell of gasoline getting stronger with every step. A red jerry can sat on the hard-packed dirt beside him. I stopped about 10 feet away. He glanced over. made eye contact, nodded, and turned back to the view. Car troubles? I asked. Bike troubles. Anything I can help with? He shook his head and took a drag off a brown cigarello, vanilla flavored, judging by the smell. All my questions backed away, sympathy replaced with curiosity. Apparition or not, this man looked broken down, as though his life had been nothing but letdown after letdown after letdown. He studied something out in the distant fields. I turned to see what he was seeing. Nothing. Only shimmering wind rippling through flood grass. The last drips of daylight soaking back into the ground. He pointed. Off past the boardwalk, he said. About 200 feet. My eyes followed his directions. Still nothing. Down. Beside the water, he said. Then I saw it. 3 bears. Brown bears. A mother and 2 cubs drinking from the water. I'd never seen a bear outside of zoos. I didn't even know they lived around here. Probably came down from the Bowery, he continued. Nothing but clear-cut suburbs up there now. He spat dryly and pressed his heel against the spit. Turned his ankle like putting out a cigarette. Just then, the mother bear looked up and glanced around as if she'd heard something. She held there a couple moments, then went back to drinking. So you're friends with my son, he said, watching the bears all the while. No, not really. Boyfriend? No. Nothing wrong with that. Didn't say there was. He smiled sadly, clenched his eyes shut, took another long, slow drag off his cigarello. Acquaintances, I said. What's that? Acquaintances? Sure. People who know each other. He nodded. You moved in across the street, yeah? Yeah. Ignore the crazies. Crazies? Neighborhood's full of them, he said. Crazies catching. Yeah, I meant to ask about... He raised a hand. Not right now, he said. You come by tomorrow, I'll answer any question you want about any of that. Just not right now. He motioned towards the horizon as if it were the only moment of peace he'd seen in years. I nodded. He smiled warmly, took one last drag and pressed the cigarello down against the hard-packed dirt beside him, twisting it there until it went cold. Wiping ash-stained fingers onto his brown leather jacket, he took a deep breath, exhaled, and pushed up to standing. He produced another cigarello and offered it to me. I shook my head. Just quit, I said. He shrugged, lit up, took a drag, and exhaled more vanilla-flavored smoke. You know what to do when you run into Baloo? He said. Baloo? He blinked, disappointed, surprised. Grizzly, up close. Throw your hands up, make a lot of noise, yell, I said, half remembering something from grade school. He scoffed. That's a good way to end up with your head vice between bear jaws. Pulling another drag, he exhaled the smoke out through his nostrils. You run into one up close. He paused. Just talk to her. Let her, like you're doing here. Pretend she's an old friend or something. Long time. Been a while. Tell her about your day. Ask her how she's been. His cold blue eyes filled with memories, drifting back and forth across the distant horizon as he spoke. All the while you keep backing up, slow as you can manage. Not slow like you're trying to leave, slow like, we both happen to be. Going in the same direction. How about that? He looked at me directly. Know the difference? I nodded. He turned back. 9 times out of 10, if she hasn't outright mauled you already, she'll follow. Curious. You just keep backing up, keep talking. His jaw tensed up, then relaxed. When you got about 15, 20 feet between you, take off your backpack or your hat, whatever. He looked down at the dirt. Place that hat on the ground. She'll stop and see what's that. Sniffing, prodding, you back up faster now, but not by much. Again, he looked directly at me. The trick is to accept the fact that you're scared shitless. Accept that your head's lying to you, begging you to run, whispering every song in the Bible. You can do this. You can fight. You can run. He waved his hand as if to say, and so on. But you let that fear take control. He snapped his finger with surprising loudness. That's it. He looked away, flicked his cigarillo straight down, stomped it out, and spat. Instead, you tell yourself, God damn, I'm really scared right now. You take that and whatever else is on your mind and you set it aside. Don't push it away. Don't forget. Just set it aside and focus on breathing instead. Focus on backing up, 1 foot after another. No shortcuts. He trailed off into silence. Soon enough, she'll lose interest and wander off. He met my eyes again. Usually. But if Baloo wants a fight, you go for the eyes. He shrugged. At least you'll go down fighting. A few long seconds passed until I realized he was finished. Thank you, I said, not really sure what else to say. I turned back to the field. The family of bears was gone now. He chuckled softly and stepped back. Look, you have any questions about any of this haunting bullshit? He met my eyes. You know where I live. Just come over. I nodded, still unsure if he was a puppet, apparition, real, or some combination of the three. I'll tell you just straight up. Don't take anything the neighbors say seriously, especially fucking Howie. Sure, I said, turning back for my car. One more thing. He squat down, picked up the red jerry can and shook it, empty. The nearest gas pumps was about 3 miles out. I brought the jerry can back full, and we drove home in the same direction. Despite my reservations, I liked PT. He reminded me of my old man. Rest in peace. Still, I didn't know who to believe, and I couldn't shake the way his eyes moved outside the diner, like somebody had crawled into his mind and taken a quick look around. Maybe I was paranoid. Maybe I was seeing things, but no amount of paranoia explained the coat rack in the basement, which, first thing tomorrow morning, is what I meant to ask him about. I pulled up into my driveway and sat there a good moment before stepping out. Orange streetlights bounced over wet asphalt. A small gray dot of a cat or raccoon shimmied down a neighbor's fence and slinked across the fresh-cut lawn. The house across the street was dark, and the driveway was empty. No red bike. Maybe PT took a different route back. I stepped inside and pulled the door shut behind me. When I saw the basement door, the weight of everything suddenly came crashing back. The building dread of my bizarre predicament. The door was shut, yet almost pleading with me to open it, silently begging me to check and see if the coat rack was still there, see how much further along it was. Turning away, I went for the kitchen, but I stopped in the living room and looked back over my shoulder. Fuck it. May as well get this over with. I spun around, marched over, yanked the door open, and flicked on the light. Taking a deep, slow breath, I stepped forward. 1 step at a time, and my foot slipped. I tripped forward 7 quick steps and tumbled over headfirst into the corner. Throbbing pain shot up my left leg. My shin was snapped. Turned left at a sickening 90-degree angle the bone inside pushed up against my skin like a swollen cyst. I almost puked at the sight. Fuck! I hissed, gritting my teeth and pushing back into the corner as the long, dark hallway stretched out before me. I couldn't stand. I couldn't even reach the second light. I couldn't think. Thankfully, I was in too much shock to fully appreciate the rising pain for now. I clenched my eyes shut. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Adrenaline pushed me into a strange state of calm. I opened my eyes. Everything was slightly brighter now. My vision was adjusting, but the hallway was still clouded by shadow. I pulled out my phone, turned up the screen to maximum brightness, and shone it down the hallway. The coat rack was still there, but closer now. About 5 feet closer, I guessed. And now a heavy wool coat hung from its top. So much for 1 step a week. Tucking my phone away, I looked up towards the exit. Time to go. Carefully shifting my body weight to avoid more pain, I turned over, a tedious process. I couldn't afford paramedics or an ambulance, so I'd have to crawl up the stairs and call a taxi. Besides, no way I was waiting down there with only the coat rack to keep me company. Why is being poor so expensive? Drip. A solitary drop of water fell somewhere in the darkness. I slowly turned to look. The coat rack's dim silhouette stood motionless. Fuck this. I was about to turn away, but something moved. Behind the coat rack, barely visible, something rose to standing. I only saw the shadowed outline of a person, the faintest hint of pinkish red skin, like the skin of a dying pig. I froze, paralyzed. My eyes adjusting bit by bit, seconds dragged by like minutes. Suddenly the wool coat shook as 2 gaunt yet unnaturally large hands emerged from the dark and wrapped around the coat rack. Gripping tight, the hands lifted the coat rack noisily off the ground. Silence. A quick step forward, a stuttering exhale as though it took great effort. Then it sat back down. More silence. Then the coat rack hoisted upwards again, and another quick step forward. The schlick sound of wet, bare feet pressed on and off the concrete floor. Another strained exhale, and they set it down. There was an almost hypnotizing percussive rhythm to it, like a strange, dissonant song. Again, the coat rack hoisted up, and I'd seen more than enough. Twisting to my side, I clawed my hands onto the banister and hoisted myself upward, wincing in pain as my snapped leg dragged uselessly behind me. More footsteps, more stuttering breaths. It was moving faster now, getting closer. I pulled myself upward, one tedious thrust at a time, gritting my teeth through the ever-rising pain. Fuck! Whoever was holding the coat rack was on the stairs now. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. I kept pulling forward, inching closer and closer to escape. All the while, a terrible image burning into my head. Image of a long, ever-stretching arms with pig-colored skin sliding up the stairs, reaching for my shins. Inching closer and closer until I gripped the door frame with both hands and launched myself forward. Lurching into the upstairs, I spun around and kicked the door with my good leg. It slammed shut with satisfying. Finally, foot on the door. Catching my breath, I listened. Listened for the slightest movement below. Seconds went by. Minutes. Nothing. My racing thoughts finally steadied. Close. Fucking call. Time to barricade the door. Chapter 5. Leg in a blue cast, I hobbled across the street on crutches. 49 hours had passed since I fell down the stairs and saw the intruder in my basement. Or at least, saw his hands. Regardless, enough was enough. I needed a concrete plan and concrete answers to deal with this. At this rate, the intruder would reach my room in weeks, maybe even days. I still didn't even know what would happen if he got to me, but I sure as fuck didn't want to find out. Time was short. I pounded on the neighbor's door and something inside moved. Through frosted windows down the hallway, the shadow of a door creaked open. Someone peered out, a blurry silhouette. I waved politely. They stood there, watching me, motionless. Then they stepped back into the room and pulled the door shut. I raised my hand to knock again when the front door swung open. There stood P.T. Carver, dressed in blue jeans and a brown shirt, looking even more Clint Eastwood-like than before. "Brandon," he smiled warmly. I opened my mouth to respond, but realized I didn't even know his name yet, just the initials. "Paul's fine." He stepped back from the door and motioned me inside. "Paul." I propped forward onto my crutches and... Wait, he reached behind the door and produced a box of disposable light blue masks. "You don't mind, do you?" He put a mask on himself and handed another to me. I put the mask on. "Getting too old to risk it, you know," said Paul, stepping back from the door and once again motioning me inside. As I stepped past him, his eyes dropped to the blue cast around my leg. "What happened there?" "Stairs." "Ouch." He shut the door. Despite the sunny day outside, it was dark in here. All the blinds were pulled shut, and everything was cast in shadow, save for a couple low-energy desk lights and thin beams of intruding sunlight. I looked around, my eyes adjusting. The interior of Paul's house contradicted my expectations, to put it mildly. It felt like an old Wall Street corner office. Fancy stuff. Gold brass light fixtures in the ceiling, varnished oak walls with ornate patterns carved into the crowning. Expensive looking. Moody Renaissance paintings up on the walls. Never judge a house by its cover, I guess. There was no upstairs, only the first floor. A couple bedrooms and a door that led to what I assumed was a basement. A long hallway led to the back of the house, and I noticed the room which someone had peered out from. The door was still shut. The air smelled like tobacco and vanilla. Not a bad smell, at least not to me. Tobacco scent always reminded me of my dad's house, back when I was a kid, and still somewhat happy. I kicked off my shoes and pressed my sock-covered feet against the floor. The carpet was out of place, greenish brown, scratchy, worn down to the plywood in some areas. "Please." Paul motioned me towards the living room. I shuffled deeper into the house. "Feel free to take a seat." Paul nodded towards a long, green velvet couch. I slumped down. Immediate relief. Hobbling around on crutches was more tiring than it looked. "Can I get you anything? Water? Coffee?" "I'm good, thanks." "You sure? Water?" "No thanks." Paul sat down on a wooden stool across from me, a stool that creaked with antique strain, unstable. Crossing his legs, he leaned against the wall, studying me like a therapist studying a client. "So?" I took a deep breath and exhaled. "Last night, I saw him." Paul's face remained neutral. He shifted his white slightly. "Saw who?" "The intruder." I leaned forward in my seat. What I saw has no reasonable hands, barely human. I trailed off into silence. "You take a photo?" I shook my head. "Good. Keep it that way." "Why?" He studied me carefully before continuing. "You seen a doctor?" "No." He glanced down at the cast on my leg, then back up to me. I rolled my eyes. Well, yes." "You tell him about?" No." His face filled with strange relief. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. "Do not tell anyone about anyone else about this, okay? Not even Mitch. You understand? Sure. Paul leaned back, reached into the chest pocket of his shirt, and produced a cigarette. He pulled his mask down to his chin. Lifting the smoke up to his mouth, he pinched it between thin lips, took out a pack of matches, and a thump reverberated from somewhere deep inside the house. He froze, raised an eyebrow. Silence. He shrugged, struck the match, and then another thump. Paul shook out the match and tossed it into an empty tin can sat upon a yellow plastic crate to his left. He sighed, irritated. Excuse me. He stepped up, marched deeper into the house. I watched as he rounded the corner and disappeared into the foyer hallway. More silence. Now, as I was starting to wonder if coming over here was such a good idea to begin with, things felt off. Sure, my initial meeting with Paul was surprising, to say the least. His long, drawn-out bear safety monologue was odd, but endearing in a weird sort of way. But when Paul showed up at the diner, Mitch seemed truly disturbed, like he'd seen a ghost or something even worse. Either way, I just wanted answers, and hopefully Paul would give me that. Hopefully. Right then, the sound of a door clicked open in the foyer hallway. It clicked shut. The faintest hint of a smell wafted into the room. The recurring smell of gasoline and burnt hair. So subtle, it might have been imagined. Around the corner, down the hallway, muffled voices. Arguing? I tilted my head and strained to listen, but... Sorry about that, said Paul, suddenly stepping into the room. No worries. With oddly pin-straight posture, Paul sat down on the couch across from me. A brown velvet couch with old-timey drawings of farms and ducks that reminded me of a sofa at my grandma's house. It's probably the exact couch you're imagining right now. The same couch I slept on after my dad's funeral. Only I didn't really sleep. I just lay on my back staring at the ceiling, thinking, so that's it, huh? You stop existing and now everybody gets together and eats coleslaw and leftover turkey and that's it. Seems a little anticlimactic. You want answers, huh? Paul struck up another match. He lit up the cigarette and finally took a slow, satisfied drag. He exhaled. The smoke lingered around him for a moment, then slowly drifted back towards the dining room, passing through beams of direct sunlight. Why does Mitch think you're dead? Paul nodded, expecting the question. Reaching over the side of the couch, he tapped the cigarette with his pointer finger. Small bits of glowing ash broke off and tumbled down into the tin can. Back when Mitch and Evelyn, his sister, were kids, I had some pretty serious health issues. Still do, full disclosure. But I'm medicated now, and that helps. He lifted the cigarette to take another drag, but stopped short, remembering something. He lowered it. After my parents passed away, I started to believe something was stalking me, toying with me. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Started with small things at first, bumps in the night, food gone bad before the expiration date, things too small to talk about, but too big to just, brush it off. He met my eyes, then looked away and took another short drag. I thought back to the expired milk in my fridge, one of many unanswered questions still festering in the back of my mind, sporadically buzzing past my ear like a persistent mosquito, infuriating. Paul sighed. I'm a rationalist at heart, so the possibility of something unnatural, he waved his hand like a magician, that never crossed my thoughts. He paused again, glancing over at me, judging my reaction as he spoke. Now bear with me, because all this leads to a point, he continued. One night, back in 94, maybe 93, the kids and their mom were fast asleep. It was Thursday, so I went down to the basement for canned peaches and a late night beer. He pointed down at the floor. The light was out, so I came back with a flashlight and he trailed off into silence, his cold blue eyes still locked on the floor. This time somebody was down there, just standing there. Stood down the basement hallway with their back turned to me. I wanted to call out, yell at them, run upstairs, get my 9mm, but instead, I just froze, like roadkill in headlights. Paul looked directly at me. That's when it hit me. I realized that this intruder, over 7 foot tall by the way, he was halfway stuck into the concrete wall, like the mold was set around him and dried there. Paul shook his head like a chill went down his spine. The sight was so strange, I couldn't even think straight. He leaned forward and rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb, a weird tick that suddenly stood out to me. Mitch did the same thing, and so did Howie. Why? Things got really bad after that. The more I tried to fight it, the worse it got. The more I tried to make sense of things. He trailed off into a moment of silence. Of course, nobody else saw him. They just saw a stack of cardboard boxes. He paused again, looking around the room. One night, cold autumn night, I'd been dealing with this ever-encroaching nightmare for weeks at that point. I downed 2 bottles of cognac and brought my 9mm downstairs, marched straight up to him. He made a gun with his fingers and pointed at me. Pressed the barrel between his dead eyes and pulled the trigger. He mimed the motion of a gun kickback and limply dropped his hand back onto his thigh. But he didn't even flinch. Bullet went straight through him, ricocheted off the back corner, and got me in the hand. He held up his left hand. The pinky finger was cut off short at the first knuckle. I hadn't even noticed until now. How did I miss that? Paul shook his hand like it went numb and leaned back into his seat again. After that, Holly threatened to leave, take the kids with her. He rubbed the side of his palm against his left forearm, ruminating. I'd leave myself too if I could. Then his eyes lit up, remembering. Let me show you something. Paul pushed up from the couch. He strolled towards the door I assumed led to the basement. I remained seated. After my last encounter with the intruder, I wasn't a big fan of stairs. Or basements for that matter. You coming? After noticing my hesitation, Paul looked back at me the same way my dad used to, struggling to hide disappointment, silent judgment. I cleared my throat, grabbed my crutches, and pushed to standing. Paul smiled a half smile, pulled his mask back up, and pulled a ring of keys out from his pocket. Humming to himself, he rifled through, unlatched a key, and turned the lock. No dice. He relatched the key and went back to rifling, still humming all the while. Meanwhile, I stood back about 10 feet, head turned, eyes locked on the mysterious room at the end of the hallway. The door was shut. You live alone? Yes. Well, yes and no. He unlatched another key and gave that one a try. No dice. An old friend lives in the room down the hall. I'm the caretaker, sort of. That's good of you. Yeah, well, I owe them one. I considered asking more, asking if they were a guest, keeping the intruder at bay, but something told me to keep it to myself. Paul huffed, unlatching a third key from the ring. Holding it up to his face, he studied it like a jeweler studies a suspect diamond. He brought it down to the lock, pushed it in, and turned. Finally, the door clicked open. Third time's the... Paul looked around, searching for words, the same way Howie did. Shaking his head, he tucked away the key and stepped down into the dark. He flicked the light on. Cold, fluorescent glow stammered to life. Concrete walls and wooden steps smothered in layers of dust. Paul looked back over his shoulder. You good with stairs? He said, looking down at my cast-covered leg. I'll try. He nodded. Use the railing. Turning back, he stepped deeper into the basement. I hobbled over to the top of the stairs. The flight of steps seemed longer than expected. like it went down 1.5 stories instead of just one. Paul stood at the bottom, another door in front of him, though maybe door wasn't quite the right word. More like a bunker hatch, metallic, and held shut with an arm-sized lever instead of a doorknob. I didn't want to go into the basement, but the weight of morbid curiosity compelled me yet again, every single time. Paul gripped his hands around the lever, braced himself against the wall, and pulled. His weary arms flexed and strained as the lever slowly moved towards him. Gritting his teeth, Paul yanked harder and harder until finally the lever gave way. Lurching backwards suddenly, the metallic door itself shifted downward with an echoing clang, and clouds of dust particles burst out from the edges. Paul wiped his forehead with the back of his arm, squat down, and grabbed the bottom of the door with both hands. Hoisting upward, he pushed the door into a vertical swing. It pressed flat up against the ceiling. There was nothing but dark ahead. Pitch dark. Paul crept forward and silence followed. 5 long seconds ticked by until a light flaked on. More cold, stuttering glow. "You good?" Paul's voice echoed up the staircase. Yeah, I'm okay," I said, stepping forward. Going downstairs on crutches was even more tedious than expected. The whole precarious journey took about 3 minutes until finally I stepped into the basement. A long, narrow hallway led to a 2-way fork in the path, dirt floors, plywood walls. "I've got an engineering/construction background." Paul kept strolling forward. "Built this place from the ground up." He stopped at the fork in the hallway and looked both ways, thinking. He looked left. He looked right. He looked left again. He shrugged. "Gotta be this way." He pushed forward. I followed. "This basement's bigger than you think," he said, rounding the corner. Another narrow hallway stretched about 20 feet until it reached another 2-way fork. Paul kept walking and I kept following. "I put up these walls, tried to build a maze around him, slow him down." He chuckled, rounding another corner. "Then I put up the bunker hatch and..." He trailed off into silence, rounding yet another corner. "Why not build a bunker directly around the intruder?" I asked. Paul looked back at me and cracked a grim smile. "Tried that. And? Didn't work," he said, eyes filled with a dark story. I didn't push any further. We entered a 10-foot by 10-foot room. Paul stepped into the middle and turned back to face me. "This, my friend, is the construction of a former madman." He looked around, taking it all in. "Holly left me halfways into me building it." He shook his head and spat at the ground. "I don't blame her." He looked directly at me. "Look, kid." He paused. "You want all this to go away? You want to stop having these encounters? Work on yourself." I blinked. "Are you kidding me?" Half shrugging, he continued. "I know how it sounds, but after Holly took the kids and left, it really kicked me into gear. I stopped drinking, got help, professional help, started taking meds, the right meds, and sure enough, all this went away. No more man in the basement, no more altered reality bullshit. I know it's the last thing you want to hear, but this thing, it's all in your head. Or at least, it's mostly in your head." "You don't think it's a little odd that my hallucinations match yours?" Paul nodded understandingly. "What do you think set all this off?" I shook my head. "The note?" Paul sighed. "The note my son, well-meaning though he was, left on your doorstep?" I just wanted to leave now. I was tired. Everything was contradicting everything else. "You ever heard of Tulpa?" He reached forward and placed his hand onto my shoulder. I didn't respond, just stood there, staring at him blankly, leaning forward on my crutches. "Tulpas," Paul continued, "are these things that don't exist until you believe they exist. The more you believe they exist, the more they exist. And the more they exist, the more they can fuck with you. If I wasn't so tired, I would have laughed. Okay. Look, I'm not saying that's what this is, but it might be what this is. Sure. Mitch, bless him, he still thinks it's all real, think it's got to me years back, think it's controlling me now, using me to trick others into worshiping it or something. He smiled sadly. It's a different story every time. Paul shook his head. All I can say is this. It's only as real as you let it be. The only way to stop it is to figure out what's wrong with your life and fix that. Something upstairs moved. 3 quick, staggering footsteps. Paul glanced up at the ceiling, then back down to me. Ignore the intruder and follow the rules until you fix your life or until you stop believing it. Then you take the coat rack out past city limits and you douse it in gasoline and you burn it, okay? Okay, I said non-committedly. Finally, he pulled his hand off my shoulder. You need help with anything, I'm always here. You got booze problems, money problems, life problems, anything, he said, his eyes filled with sincerity. This thing, it really messes with your head. Makes it hard to, know who you can trust, you know? Sometimes it feels like it's almost jumping in and out of people you know, controlling them, but it's all in your head. His tone was shifting now, almost sounding excited. Part of me wondered if the intruder was controlling him right now, deriving twisted pleasure out of messing with me. I shook off the thought and another thump upstairs. This time, Paul acted like he didn't hear it. I should go, I said, stepping backward. Sure, kid, said Paul, again almost talking to me like I was his son. I turned around and as fast as I could without tripping, I crutched my way out of the basement maze, up the stairs and out the front door. Stepping out of Paul's house, I took a deep breath of fresh air. It felt like getting rescued from drowning. I exhaled relief. At this point, I didn't trust Paul or Mitch, or even Howie for that matter. Nothing was stable and everything was getting worse. I hobbled back across the street and my phone buzzed to life. I stopped in the middle of the road, pulled it out and flicked on the screen. Squinting, I held it up to my face. 27 missed calls. Mitch Carver. Of course. Chapter 6. Rule 7. The intruder will not move so long as you have guests in the house. Guests who actually want to be there. Coat rack. Where are you? Said Mitch, sounding like he hadn't slept in days. Home, I said, rifling through a box of tools. My phone, set to speaker, sat on the garage floor. You didn't see my calls? Yeah, my bad. Service out here. Look, Brandon. He cleared his throat. I need you to be 100% honest. Did you speak with the neighbor? Yeah. A long, draining silence followed and then click. Mitch ended the call. Shaking my head, I went back to searching for tools. Right now, I didn't have time to worry about Mitch. First, I needed to barricade the basement door. Second, I needed to call every single person in my contact list and offer them the spare bedroom, rent-free. Digging through a tangled mess of tools, my hand finally gripped around a familiar, smooth wooden handle. Out from the box, I pulled a hammer. Bingo. Resting on a single crutch, I stood at the basement door, pounding nail after nail into scraps of 2x4s and whatever else I could find. Unlike Paul, I didn't have the knowledge or the resources to build an apocalyptic bunker door. So this makeshift zombie defense would have to do for now. Hammering away faster and faster, I once again fell into a strange calm. A meditative peace that filled every breath with purpose, and my hand slipped. The hammer slammed into my pointer finger and a throbbing pain shot up my arm. Cursing through my teeth, I clenched my hand tight. The hammer fell to the floor and dented headfirst into the hardwood. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Stupid fucking idiot. My thoughts exploded into a tirade of self-abusive screaming. A few seconds went by and the pain numbed. My thoughts cleared. I took in 3 slow breaths and squat down to pick up the hammer. I froze. Through the bottom crack of the door, the basement light was on. I honestly couldn't remember if I'd turned it on or off. But the light being on didn't bother me, not anymore. Not after everything I'd seen. What bothered me was the dark shadow stood on the other side of the door, flanked by an orange glow. That and the sound of breathing. Barely audible, but unmistakable. Labored, strained, and rattling like an empty bottle of spray paint. Suddenly, the door strained forward slightly, as if hands pressed against the other side. Breathing deep, I gripped my hand around the hammer and rose to standing. I turned my head and pressed my ear flat against the door, listening. The intruder was whispering. "Fucking idiot," he gasped, quick and stuttering. "Stupid fucking idiot." Labored breathing continued all the while, almost as if it were 2 separate voices. He was repeating my earlier thoughts aloud, right down to every random intrusion. Dent in the floor, dent in the floor, lights on, turn them off," the whisper continued. "Is that breathing? I think breathing? House? Coat rack? Basement? Dent in the floor?" I'd heard enough. I stepped back, shook my hand out, lined up another nail, and hammered away. "It's not real," I told myself. "It's all inside of your head." Finally, I slammed the last nail into the last board. I took 4 steps back and marveled at the ramshackle creation. It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. My eyes flicked involuntarily to the bottom of the door. The light was off. No more whispering. Thank God. Wiping my forehead, I turned back towards the living room and slumped onto the couch. I took out my phone and pulled open my contact list. Time to find a willing guest. 2 hours later, dialing number after number, straight to voicemail after straight to voicemail, and not a single bite. Coat rack. Only one person actually answered, a roommate from college. "I'd be more than down," he said, "but I'm up in Canada now." Of course, maybe I'd have to put an ad on Craigslist. Fuck. I tucked my phone away, just about ready to give up, when 3 small knocks at the front door. I already knew who it was. Pushing up from the couch, I grabbed my crutches, marched across the room, and pulled open the door. "Hey, Brandon." There stood Howie, dressed in a red sweater, red jeans, and wearing a green backpack, looking a little less chipper than usual. "Hey, Howie," I said, trying my best to act normal despite the fact a living nightmare stood between the basement door mere feet away. Howie, despite all his quirks, was a sight for sore eyes. Sure, I didn't trust him, but at least he wasn't Mitch or Paul. "Yeah, so this kind of awkward, but I'm wondering if I could crash here for a couple of days," he said. "I can sleep on the couch, pay rent, whatever, no worries if not," he shrugged. I looked back over my shoulder, then back to Howie. Sure." Immediately, he pushed past me, strolled across the room, threw his backpack on the floor, plopped down onto the living room couch, and kicked up his feet. "What's with the door?" he said, pointing at the barricaded basement door. Pulling the front door shut, I stepped forward. It's an art project," I lied. "Replacing the door frame soon anyways." "Huh?" said Howie, clearly not buying it. "The Carver kid been bothering you still?" "No," I lied again. "No man in the basement corner yet?" said Howie, chuckling. I forced a half-hearted laugh. "Nope." "That's good," said Howie, turning back to the TV. "Where's the remote?" Howie's sudden arrival was suspiciously convenient at best and outright malicious at worst. But right now, I didn't have time to think about that. If the rules held, his being here would at least buy me some time to figure out how to stop all this. Maybe I'd sell the house, maybe I'd defer ownership back to the bank, but judging by the no third parties rule, I doubted either of those would actually work. So far, the only thing who knew about the intruder were Mitch and his father. And according to Mitch, he didn't count as a third party because he already believed. But Paul, his father, that part was getting to me. Something was missing. Paul's whole fix your life, fix your problems spiel bothered me. But something else bothered me more. I didn't know what it was, like that feeling you get when you're about to leave home and you know you've left something important behind, like an unscratchable itch. I offered Howie the spare room, but he preferred the couch. I didn't fight him on it. I wanted to keep him here as long as possible. Didn't even ask why he needed to stay. It was kind of nice to not be alone in the house for once, even with Howie. At 9:30, Howie fell asleep watching Jeopardy reruns. I muted the television and went upstairs. Tomorrow, I'd plan my next steps, but right now, I needed to sleep. I climbed into bed and flicked the light off. A bump in the night snapped me awake. A heavy thud like somebody hit their fist against the wall. I checked the time, 2:58 a.m. I climbed out of bed and, hopping on one leg, pulled on a dirty t-shirt and a pair of jeans. I tucked my chrome switchblade into my back pocket. Another thud from downstairs, heavier than the last. What was Howie gonna say about this? I grabbed my crutches, carefully moved down the stairs, and peered into the living room. The blue glow of muted television cast over everything. Howie was still fast asleep on the couch. Thump. The basement door shook this time, like somebody had slammed their forehead against it. I backstepped away deeper into the living room. Howie was still out like a rock. Heavy sleeper. Thump. Okay, I told myself to breathe. Remember the rules. Barricading the door will slow him down, but it'll be loud. That's all this was. I'll put in some earplugs and blast white noise and fall asleep. Turning back towards the kitchen, I stepped across the room as quiet as possible. Last thing I wanted was for Howie to wake up and start asking more questions. Thump. This time the hardwood floors beneath my feet shook. I froze. My eyes drifted back to Howie, still asleep, his face motionless, serene almost. I turned back for the kitchen. Either Howie was the world's heaviest sleeper, or he couldn't hear the sounds at all. Stepping into the kitchen, Brandon? A small, muffled voice came out from behind the door. I looked back over my shoulders toward the basement door. Brandon? The voice repeated, slightly deeper now. I turned around and faced it head on. Brandon? From behind the basement door, the voice strained, sympathetic. Brandon? The voice repeated my name again and again, each time sounding completely different, like a slot machine shuffling through different tones until it hit the right note. You in there? It was getting familiar now. You okay? Suddenly the voice shifted into a perfect mimic of my late father, gently knocking the same way father did to my bedroom door after Zach, my best and only childhood friend, died. A memory that until now I did my best to ignore. After Zach died, I biked home, sat on my bed, and stared blankly at the vinyl closet doors for 6 hours straight, eyes tracing every path of the wood grain pattern again and again, the entire world outside dissolving into nothing, the stair-scape painted walls somehow pushing closer and closer. I'm here if you need to talk, kid, my father called out one last time. For a second, I forgot it was the intruder speaking. For a second, I actually believed it was Dad there, gently knocking on the basement door. Silence. Lingering silence stretched on for minutes while I just stood there, barely breathing, eyes locked on the basement door, paralyzed. Finally, my lungs forced me to gasp in air. Oxygen flooded into my brain and awareness came rushing back. I looked around. On TV played a silent infomercial about some vegetable blender thing, and Howie was still fast asleep. I shook out my hands, went back into the kitchen, and opened the drawer beside the fridge and pulled out a pair of orange earplugs. It's not real, I told myself again, trying to take Paul's advice. I slid the drawer shut. It's all inside of your head. But again, the words fell flat, like empty platitudes after a funeral. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I turned back across the living room and crushed my way onto the stairs. Time to sleep. Brandon? I was halfway up the stairs when a different voice called out from behind the basement door. This time a teenager's voice, strange yet familiar. Fuck this. I kept walking. Brandon? The voice repeated, this time tinged with fear, this time entirely familiar. I wanted to keep walking away. I wanted to leave, but my legs wouldn't move. Long forgotten memories came rushing back. Memories of Zach. Memories I ignored and shoved away because it was easier to pretend they never happened. It was easier to do everything in my power to ignore the dread than to face it head on. It was easier to pretend Zach never even existed. Brandon, help! Zach's voice quivered, terrified. Something's down here, he whispered. Brandon? He pulled at the door handle and the door shook. Brandon? Zach whimpered, the fear in his voice growing each time he spoke. Brandon, open the door, please. He pulled at the handle again, harder this time. Brandon, please open the door. He banged a fist against it. Brandon, I'm sorry. Brandon. His voice trailed off into sobbing tears, and he slid down the door. Muffled weeping, an image crawled into my thoughts, the image of Zach. Gray hoodie pulled over his head, curled up into a ball, weeping at the top of the basement stairs. Silence. A sudden and shrill scream of terror. Primal, almost inhuman, followed by the quick thumping sound of a body dragged over stairs, screaming and pleading all the while. Drugged downstairs, down the hallway into the rec room, kicking and screaming and begging. Up from the basement, echoing through a vent in the wall next to my ear. I'm sorry. Another voice. Not Zach's voice. Not my father's voice. A voice I didn't recognize. Panicked and remorseful. I'm sorry, Zach. Zach, I'm so sorry. I can't. I don't. The sickening sound of bone cracked against concrete, like a tree branch snapping in the wind. The percussive beat of skull against stone, again and again and again. Zach's whimpering shrieks for help turned more unintelligible with every impact. Even worse, the person killing him was profusely and sincerely apologizing all the while. I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Sudden silence. 5 seconds or 5 minutes, I didn't know. Only silence. Silence and then sniffling whimpers. Not Zach's voice. Not my father's voice. The voice of who I assumed was the intruder, crying, almost sobbing. Oh no, it moaned, filled with unimaginable guilt. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, it wailed. Then I heard it drop to its knees and fall to its side, and maybe curl up into a ball and trail off into pitiful, whimpering sorrow. Unimaginable grief. This went on for several minutes until finally, more silence. Sniffling, the sound of somebody standing up. The sound of somebody dragging a body against concrete. Deeper and deeper into the basement, quieter and quieter, as if the rec room stretched on further than it should. Further and further away until nothing. Dazed in a trance, I wandered up the stairs into my bedroom. I pulled the door shut, stuck my earplugs in, and crawled into bed. I shut my eyes and a sudden realization flooded over me. Coat rack. Finally, I understood the nagging itch in the back of my head, a realization so obvious I hated myself for not getting it sooner. I burst into laughter. Not happy laughter, not funny laughter, insane, compulsive laughter. Curling into a ball on my bed, I turned onto my side and stared at the fake cherry wood vinyl closet doors. The doors that reminded me of my childhood bedroom. My eyes traced along the paths of wood grain patterns, and the words of Paul played through my head all the while. Take that coat rack out past city limits and douse it in gasoline and burn it. I told Paul a lot of things, but I never told him about the coat rack. Chapter 7. Rule 1. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. I woke to the sound of rain. Rain tapping against the bedroom window, trailing downward, a pointless race to the bottom, large drops consuming the smaller. I sat up and stared at the shut closet doors. I sighed, still exhausted, the horrific sounds of last night echoing in my head. Zach's whimpering screams for help. Reaching for my crutches, I stopped short. Water. A small puddle on the windowsill. I pushed up to standing and crouched over. Water dripped off the windowsill and onto the floor. I wiped my hand against it. Cloudy white droplets clung to my fingertips. I ran another hand along the edges of the window seam until it caught a snag. More water. The windowsill was broken. Yet another expense I didn't have the money for. Great. Wiping my hand off on my shirt, I turned back around when another memory entered my head. The dripping sound in the basement. The puddle of water and clumps of wet dirt in the basement corner. What exactly was that about? I grabbed my other crutch and went downstairs. I didn't know for sure yet, but I had a theory. Howie's green backpack sat in the middle of the living room floor. Howie? I said, no response. I shrugged, moved into the kitchen. Maybe he went out for the day. Either way, my curiosity was getting the better of me once again. The basement was inviting me down. One last time, I stood there, thinking about puddles and coat racks. I never specifically mentioned the coat rack to Paul. Sure, there's a chance he could have overheard me talking with Mitch, but that seemed unlikely. Maybe he really was possessed by the man in the basement. Maybe I really am completely insane. Maybe I'm trapped in a madness triggered by Mitch's note and a misplaced coat rack. But that almost seemed crazier than the actual situation. Regardless, I needed to investigate the basement one last time. Easier said than done. I couldn't go through the main door thanks to the barricade and the intruder standing there. But thankfully, one of the spare rooms had a window, a small window in a cramped window well, but a window nonetheless. Hopefully, a few extra quarantine pounds wouldn't prevent me from squeezing through. Hopefully. I brought my trusty switchblade and a pencil-sized, high-powered flashlight. I'd be going in dark because the light switch was on the stairs, and as I mentioned before, so was the intruder. No way I was going anywhere near him. Sure, I wasn't thrilled at the prospect of going back down, but according to the rules, the intruder wouldn't hurt me. Not yet. I crouched down into the gravel window well. Moving around with one leg was getting a little easier, but I still needed crutches. Through the window, I slid my crutches in first, and they clattered to the floor, a little louder than I've liked. I waited, listening for a reaction. Nothing. Feet first, I pulled myself through and stepped down into the room. A room no bigger than a walk-in closet, crowded with unopened boxes. Why did I have so much stuff? Squatting down, I picked up my crutches. It's not real, I told myself once again, flicking the flashlight on. And again, no light. Are you fucking kidding me? I literally changed the batteries 5 minutes ago. I shook the light. Nothing. I smacked it with the palm of my hand and finally, it flickered to life. Thank fuck. I was starting to feel like a Silent Hill video game character. Clunky walking controls included. Lovely. Flashlight between my teeth, I crutched across the room deeper into the basement. My hand gripped around the doorknob and I froze. The stupidity of me being down here again suddenly hit me. Was this really such a good idea? I glanced back at the open window, inviting sunlight cast into the room. The peaceful sound of rain patting against gravel. Fuck it. I turned back for the door. I still don't know why, but something told me the water in the basement corner would answer many questions. Maybe everything. Filled with bitter resolve, I clenched my fist around the doorknob, turned it, and gently pushed open the door with my knee. Okay. I stepped out into the hallway. It was quiet down here. Unnaturally quiet. Like the world behind me suddenly vanished into non-existence. Like the basement itself was now the entire universe. I turned leftward. the light between my teeth cast into the distant stairwell corner. Empty, thank God. I turned rightward. The cold concrete rec room greeted me, uninviting as always. Even before all this, the rec room creeped me out. There was something about hallways that led to rooms with blind corners on either side. Anything could be hiding there, waiting to jump out at you as you stepped in. The random stacks of cardboard boxes didn't help either. I crouched forward. Shadows on the rec room's back wall lurched up and down with each forward step. My eyes darted back and forth, searching for any possible movement, any sign of the intruder. I stepped into the rec room and swivel-checked the corners. Nothing. Everything motionless. So still it almost felt like the room was on pause. A thin layer of dust covered all. I crouched forward again, and my cast-covered leg bumped into a stack of precarious boxes. A stack of boxes that collapsed into another stack of boxes and then another one. Stupid fucking idiot. The tumbling crash of random objects slamming into the concrete floor. Full of a took. I tensed up, bracing for the noise to end. But finally, the domino cacophony stopped. Silence returned. I looked back over my shoulder, casting light into the stairwell corner. Still empty. Good. I half expected something terrible to be stood there. Something incomprehensibly monstrous. I waited with held breath, waited for the intruder to stagger down the steps, but nothing happened. Not even the sound of breathing, not even the smell of burnt hair. Okay, I turned around and crept towards the back corner. I squatted down and studied. It was the same corner where the water had dripped a few nights back. Dry now. I looked up. Ink insulation and pipes. Maybe it really was just a leak. Maybe I came all the way back down here for nothing. I was about to stand back up when something caught my eye. Dust, or rather, a lack of dust. A perfectly dustless square in the corner of the concrete wall, about 3 feet by 3 feet. I leaned in close and squinted. There was a hair-thin line in the concrete, a crack only visible from the perfect angle. A thin line forming the shape of a square, like someone had cut into the concrete with a laser. Almost reflexively, I placed my hand against the dustless square and pushed. The panel shifted backwards with a satisfying click. Then it shifted forward and slid to the side, revealing an entrance. An entrance barely big enough to crawl through. I looked back over my shoulder, shining the flashlight at the door to the rec room. Still nothing. I turned around and crouched down further. The entrance led to a tunnel. A long, straight tunnel with dirt walls, dirt floors, and strained beams holding it all together. Unsafe, to put it mildly. It went for about 20 feet, then took a hard turn to the right. A hard turn directly towards Paul's house. A tunnel connecting our basements. I barely even registered what I was seeing when the basement light flicked on. My eyes flinched shut as they reacted to the sudden light. I spun around, eyes open. Still nothing. Time to leave. I pushed up to standing and crouched back towards the hallway. The basement light flicked off again. Darkness. Fuck this. I picked up speed, hauled down the hallway, shoulder pushed back into the spare room, slammed the door shut and locked it. Taking a deep breath, I stepped away from the door, spun around and shoved my crutches through the open window. Hoisting myself through, I scrambled out the window well. I crawled away and lay on my back on the wet lawn. Freedom. Catching my breath, I stared up at gray skies, rain dotting against my face. Suddenly, my phone buzzed to life. I pulled it out. 1 missed call. Unknown number. Voicemail. 1 message. I tapped into voicemail and held it up to my ear. Hey, Brandon, it's Paul. I'd like to set things straight. Call me back when you get a chance. I haven't been fully transparent with you. No shit. Chapter 8. Throughout all this, I kept thinking about my childhood friend, Zach. They never found his body. The only thing they found was a green bicycle, mangled, twisted, and stained with blood and guts. A hit and run, according to police. Likely a semi-truck that didn't even know at first. Some driver driving for miles, oblivious to the mess of gore stuck to the front of his truck, drove all the way to the next brake stop. It's more common than you think. The driver probably got spooked, cleaned the gore off his truck, lied to himself, and said it was just a deer or something, and that's that. I never bought it. Back when I still cared, I was convinced something else was at play. Something incomprehensible terribly. But considering the lack of evidence, it was the most likely explanation. At least, that's what they told me. It took me over 10 years to finally accept the given explanation. That was the first step to moving on. After that, I finally stopped thinking about Zach every day. Sometimes I didn't think about him for weeks, even months. Up until the intruder's mocking theatrics, I'd barely thought about Zach for years. And that was fine by me. Anything to get a good night's sleep. But now, memories of Zach played through my head like half-remembered dreams. Like the time he jumped from his second-story bedroom onto the trampoline, and his mom screamed at us from the living room. The time we stayed up all night playing Super Mario Brothers. When my dog died and Zach came over and didn't say anything, didn't try to make me feel better, he just sat with me and that's all I needed. I didn't have a real friend before Zach, and I haven't had one since. I agreed to meet with Paul in a public park. My plan was simple. Let him do all the talking. Hopefully learn something along the way. At this point, it didn't make much sense to confront Paul on anything. I'd only bring up the coat rack if needed. I still didn't even know if Paul was Paul, but that didn't matter right now. Gray skies above, Paul sat on a park bench overlooking a duck-filled pond. Reddish-orange autumn leaves carpeted over muddy grass. I approached from behind. Paul? He looked back over his shoulder, breathing fog. Let's go for a walk. He trudged down the path, boots crunching against the gravel. You know I struggled with drinking, right? Said Paul. I nodded. I told you the first time I saw the intruder was in the basement, yeah? Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. I did see him once before that, way back in 81. Ollie and I, not married yet, were camping out in Utah, LaSalle Mountains. He stopped talking and looked around as if to make sure nobody else was too close. Satisfied, he continued. So there was this area, not far from the main campsite, bunch of caves. Not caves like tunnels or whatever you think, more like a pile of giant boulders overgrown with trees and moss and tiny spaces between the boulders. Crevices, some of them big enough to crawl through. Yellow signs up, no climbing. All suddenly stopped talking. Up ahead on the gravel path, a tall man with a scarf wrapped around his lower face strode towards us. He was heading straight for Paul, vaguely familiar. His boots crunched against the gravel faster and faster until he strode right past us, as if we weren't even there. Paul looked back over his shoulder, waiting for a safe distance before continuing. So we're out by the caves, and I was drinking more than I should have been, and Holly, we're jumping from boulder to boulder, having fun, you know? But some of those rocks must have been over 40 feet tall, so we reached this one crevice a bit wider than the rest, a sheer drop, about 20 feet down, getting thinner and thinner, right up to a slit of darkness below. Ollie jumps it, no problem. I jump it next, and my foot slips. He stopped walking for a moment, thinking back, remembering. Part of me wanted to cut him off, burst into accusations, but another part wanted to just know what happened. He trudged onward. So I stumbled over backward, head first into this crevice. My skull slams against the wall, and I black out. Come to about 20, maybe 30 seconds later, and I can barely breathe. My body's wedged between the boulders, my chest squeezed down on either side, my neck twisted and vice between the walls. I was stuck, upside down and looking straight into the darkness below. He stopped walking again, and his eyes drifted towards a nearby bench. You mind if I sit? I didn't respond. Paul strolled over and slumped down onto the bench, staring out over the pond. His cold blue eyes snapped back and forth over the water. I squatted down on the path in front of him, resting my elbows on my knees. A shimmering breeze crept over the pond and a wet leaf stuck to the back of my head. I pulled it out and tossed it back into the wind. So I'm stuck, he continued. Upside down, head first, wedged between these two giant boulders. Blood rushing, ears ringing, gasping in little sips of air as my vision blurs in and out. Ollie's above, screaming down, asking if I'm okay, but I can't answer. I can barely breathe. I try speaking, but only muffled whimpers of escape. You ever had a nightmare where you scream for help, but your voice falls back into your throat? Again, I didn't respond. So Holly, she can see my feet twitching down there, so she knows I'm still alive, and she yells down she's gonna go get help. Tells me to try and stay awake. This was pre-cell phones, mind you, though I doubt there'd been service out there anyway. He sniffed a little and wiped his nose with the back of his sleeve. So now I'm stuck out here, completely alone. Sun's still out, but it's getting dark. I'm in the shadows anyway. I can't really describe the terror of it being stuck like that. He looked away. I'm doing everything I can to stay calm, trying to focus on what little breath I had. There's this thing I learned back in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's called 4x3. It helps you calm down. Name 3 things you can see, hear, feel, smell. So I start making notes of my surroundings. Green moss, gray rocks, shadowy crevice. He paused, then looked directly at me. And that's when I saw him, or at least the faintest outline. My eyes were still adjusting, but down below, about 10 feet away, something was there. He went silent, his pupils dilating as if he was back in the dark. At first, I thought it was a shape in the rocks, maybe an optical illusion, you know. All I could see was the faint shape of his body and the glint of what might be eyes, so maybe it was nothing. But as my vision adjusted, the whole picture came into view. Still dark, still covered in shadow, but unmistakable now. A man was down there, his body contorted and twisted, wedged between the crevice, motionless. So fucking still, almost stiller than the rock, like a circus contortionist hiding down there waiting for me. Paul shook his head like a chill went down his spine. His face was filled with absolutely nothing. Cold eyes, dead eyes, like shark eyes. Again, Paul looked straight at me. Maybe it's a body? I thought, trying to make sense of it. Maybe somebody fell down here before me. Not much of a comfort, but better than somebody hiding there. But then Paul cleared his throat. His face was changing so slow it was almost imperceptible, like the sun moving. You can't see it actually move, but next thing you know, it's over there. His blank face shifting to a portrait of pure terror. He was mirroring my inner emotion. My heart beat faster, thumping against the rock with every pump. My vision fading as all the blood in my body drained downward until I was about to pass out. I welcomed it, and then everything went dark. Paul grimaced regretfully. When I came to, I wasn't stuck between the rocks anymore. I was biking. Green bicycle. Riding a green bike down the side of a highway at night. And I wasn't myself. I was somebody else. He paused, looked over at me. I tried to maintain a neutral expression, but it was hard considering how crazy this story was getting. It's crazy, I know, but I was trapped behind somebody else's face, almost like it was a mask. I couldn't even feel their thoughts, their memories, then everything went dark again. I appeared behind the eyes of somebody else now. Some guy wandering around a shopping mall at night, some washed up stranger filled with bitter self-hatred. I can still feel his sadness sometimes, his regret, then darkness. This kept happening again and again, a clusterfuck of random visions, seemingly connected, but always looking out through other people's eyes. Some familiar, most strangers, past, present, future. I saw things incomprehensible contradictions. It couldn't have been 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Like I've lived multiple lifetimes, like this was always my existence and always would be. It's hard to explain how terrifying it was, maybe because it doesn't make any sense. Paul rubbed his jaw, thinking, everything before, my life with Holly, fishing on a summer weekend, playing with my kids, it was all nothing but a thin sheet that might be ripped away at any second. Paul shifted his weight. I can't explain why, but that strange message was so clear. Like my entire life had been a dream and I'd just woken up in the real world, a world where I didn't exist. There wasn't a shred of doubt in my mind. He paused for a moment. Then I woke up in an ambulance, back in my own head, hysterical, screaming and wailing about the man tucked between the rocks like a spider, ranting and raving about the visions. Holly and the paramedics were doing everything they could to calm me down, keep me from hurting myself. Finally, they ended up sedating me. I dozed off until the hospital. He wiped his mouth. Concussion, minor cuts, bruises. He chuckled. All that for that doctor told me it's common for concussed people to hallucinate, especially considering the lack of oxygen and me being upside down for such a long time. He told me about a fellow who almost drowned once. Thought he saw the Easter Bunny in the water. I've always been scientifically minded, so that made sense to me. Brains play weird tricks. Hallucination made more sense than some circus contortionist sneaking down there just to fuck with me and visions of other worlds and other people. Paul sighed, leaned forward, and rested his elbow on his knees. He looked at me as if that was all he had left to say. I was about to speak when... I'm guessing you found the tunnel, huh? He said plainly. I didn't respond. I didn't know what to say. Paul nodded, pushed up from the bench, and walked down the path. I followed. Yeah, I meant to tell you about that. He smiled grimly. So after I tried shooting the intruder all those years back, he rubbed the knuckle stub where his pinky finger used to be. Things got bad. Really bad. The fucker started taking steps forward every other day and sometimes every single day. Tried many things to slow him down, but the only things that worked, the maze and the bunker door. Had some friends from the army help me with that. Told them I was building a doomsday bunker. He shook his head. I was a medic in the war. Did I ever tell you about that? Again, I didn't respond. I was doing everything in my power to stay calm. Of course, Holly and I were already on thin ice, and then I shot my own finger off. He smirked. Building an apocalypse maze bunker was the cherry on top. She took the kids and left, which honestly was fine by me. I didn't want my family around the intruder anyways, or around me for that matter. I was still painfully aware of the fact that I might just be completely insane. He stopped walking for a moment, looked around again. He continued. But her leaving, that really kicked me into gear. I forced myself to stop drinking. I started getting help, professional help. I started taking meds, the right meds. And sure enough, things actually got better. The bunker door seemed to be keeping the intruder at bay. Sure, he was loud as hell banging on it every night, but I wore earplugs, blasted white noise, and that was good enough. Weirdly, I was almost at peace with his being there. Paul sighed, breathing out fog as we walked along the path. Then one night, maybe 6, 7 months after Holly left, I wake up and it's quiet. Dead quiet. No banging on the door, no screaming and howling from the basement, just nothing. That silence filled me with a fear worse than anything I'd felt before, getting stuck between those boulders included. It terrified me for a few seconds. First, it made me wonder what he was up to. Second, I'd gotten so used to the sound I couldn't even sleep without it. In a twisted way, the intruder had given me a purpose, something to reckon with, and now he was gone. Paul looked up at the gray autumn skies, squinting as diffused sunlight cast against his face. So a few weeks and nothing go by, and then on a Sunday afternoon, Holly calls me up out of nowhere. I guess she heard through the grapevine that I was doing better, getting help. She asked me how I was doing, asked me if I wanted to get coffee, maybe see a movie. Can you believe that? Just like how we met, she asked me out. Back in those days. Smiling, Paul shook his head. I said that'd be nice. Said next Tuesday'd be all right. Paul went silent after considering his next words carefully. Then I set the phone down and turned around, and there, sat in the middle of the living room floor, a bottle of cognac. He scoffed. Unopened. Paul rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. I was sober for over half a year at this point, but I drank the whole thing. He glanced over at me, catching the judgment in my eyes. He looked back down the path. I drank it because it was there. He shrugged. And then I get the brilliant idea to go check on the intruder. You know, just see what he'd been up to. I'd only ever tried to kill him once, and that backfired. Paul chuckled. But my shit-faced brain got some ideas in it, and I, drunk as hell, staggered downstairs, lurched open the bunker door, and tumbled inside. Well, there's nothing down there. No stack of boxes, no circus contortionist, nothing. So I stagger further, down through the maze all the way to the back corner, and there it is, a tunnel. Dug into the basement corner, barely big enough to crawl through. At first, I assumed he was setting to wrap back around into my house, so I lost my mind. I scrambled back upstairs, planning to come back down with the 9mm again and try God knows what. Paul started walking faster now. And then I go upstairs, and there he is, standing in the dead center of the living room, right where the bottle of cognac was, covering his face with his hands like a kid trying to hide. And that's when I finally fucking noticed it. On his left hand, the 5th finger was cut off short at his first knuckle. Paul held up his own hand. Everything suddenly clicked. He snapped his finger with surprising loudness. I didn't know why, and I still don't know why, but he's connected to me and in my head, and the only way to stop it was to... He trailed off into somber silence. Still drunk as fuck and not thinking straight, I get into my old pickup truck and peel off down the hill, up the number 7, and I just drive. I drove past Old House, up through Merchant, and kept going. I knew exactly where I was headed, pedaled to the floor the whole way there, finally feeling like everything made sense, like every single little thing in my entire life was building towards this. Paul went quiet as a family of 4 strolled past. So I keep driving, he continued, faster and faster up towards the Balry Cliffs, whipping round every corner like a high-speed chase until I screeched to a stop, nearly slammed my face against the steering wheel. High beams casting over a long stretch of empty road, everything pointing towards the Balry Point lookout. He stopped walking and stared straight ahead, as if he was back in the truck, looking down a long stretch of road. I shifted back into gear, slammed my foot into the pedal, and the tires spun out against the pavement a few seconds before they caught, and the truck lurched forward, hauling faster now, straight towards the cliff's edge. City lights below casting up into the night above. I shut my eyes. Any second now I'd be sailing through the air, and... Again, he snapped his fingers. Everything crumpled into a crashing stop. My head snapped forward and smothered into latex airbag, the stench of plastic and booze and gasoline. He paused for a moment, eyes flickering back and forth across the path ahead. Turns out the city installed stopping posts on the cliff edge. Guess I wasn't the first, said Paul. Front bumper falling off. I drove all the way back home. It was nearly bright out by the time I got there, and the intruder was gone. Paul started walking again. I latched up the bunker door and didn't go back down for years. The whole time expecting any day now he'd come pushing up through the floor, but it never happened. Paul shrugged. Look, I know it's a lot of talking, but all this to say, I can help you pass this off to somebody else. I shook my head, tired of the games, tired of the workarounds. The same way you pass this off to me. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but yes, more or less. He might still be coming for me though. I don't know. Look, you don't need to decide right away how far along is he. Top of the stairs. But still in the basement. Yeah. Do you have a gas stover? Yeah. Make sure they stay away from him. You barricaded the door? Yeah. Good. Take some time to think about it. Even if he gets out of the basement, there are other ways to pass him off. More impersonal ways. Also, don't be freaked out if you see him upstairs, even with the door barricaded. He can do that, but he'll always set back to where he left off. All of Paul's meandering still didn't explain his inexplicable knowledge of the coat rack. I almost brought it up, but stopped short. Maybe Mitch was right. Maybe the intruder really did get to Paul. Maybe Paul wasn't even aware. Chapter 9. Part of me wanted to take up Paul's offer. Part of me wanted to bunker barricade the basement door and pass off my problems to someone else. Move away and pretend none of this ever happened. But I didn't. I wish I could say it was out of some bedrock moral principle. But mainly, I refused Paul because I didn't trust Paul. I doubt Paul even trusted Paul. So far, I was adding pieces to an ever-evolving clusterfuck of a jigsaw puzzle. The more I learned, the less sense everything made. Part of me wondered if that was the point. If the chaos and confusion was part of the game. Maybe the intruder thought it was funny. Still, the main question remained. Is there a way to stop the intruder without passing it off to somebody else? My car rattled as it droned down the number 7 highway. I was on my way back home from the meeting with Paul, and it was already dark out. I needed to get home and sleep. Then a strange feeling came over me. A pressure in my forehead. Not quite painful, but incredibly uncomfortable. Not a migraine either. It felt like a thin sheet of something suddenly appeared behind the skin of my forehead, pressing against my skull. I could almost feel my face pulling tighter. I rubbed my forehead with the back of my arm and something big darted out onto the road in front of me. My foot slammed on the brakes and my car swerved into a screeching drift. Everything outside blurred into a hazy streak and came to a crashing stop. My car slammed into a roadside barrier post. My head whiplashed sideways and cracked against the window. I blacked out and came to only seconds later. My headlights cast into an open field across the road. In the distance, a brown bear scrambled off into the dark. That's what I almost hit. I moved my arm to feel the side of my head. I moved my arm. I couldn't move. I tried turning my head. Nothing. I tried breathing. Nothing. I tried moving my eyes. With great effort, I glanced to the left, then to the right. I know you're here. A strange but familiar voice echoed in the car. You fucker. Concussion, I told myself. I hit my head, and these are the symptoms. I couldn't smell anything either, or hear anything other than the voice. I forced my eyes down to the steering wheel. It wasn't my steering wheel, and those weren't my hands gripped around it. This wasn't my body. I was trapped behind somebody else's eyes. A silent passenger, like the Malkovich movie. It felt like I was wearing somebody else's face like a mask. All the while my senses fading in. Sound first. The sound of a torrential rain beating down against the windshield. Howling wind as it gusted through midnight fields. Then the sound of breathing. Not my own breathing. The breathing of whoever I was trapped inside. Smell faded in next. Whiskey and vanilla flavored smoke. One of the hands reached up and adjusted the rearview mirror. Cold blue eyes stared back at me. It was Paul. He looked younger, early 40s maybe. Welcome back, he said, slurring his words, staring at himself through dilated pupils. He was talking directly to me. Paul coughed and rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. Pressure squeezed against me like a crushing vice. He smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand and a jolt of pain shot through me. He hit himself again and again and again. each impact more painful than the last, until finally he stopped. Paul readjusted the mirror, shifting back into drive, and pulled onto the road. Frantic window wipers struggled to keep the rain at bay. I could feel everything now. The rumble of the highway, the taste of booze and tobacco, even blood. I was paralyzed. With what little control I had, I forced Paul's vision downward. He tapped the brakes and swerved into the opposite lane, then swerved back. Don't you fucking do that, he mumbled. And then another voice entered. Just keep driving. You're almost done. It was Paul's voice again, but different this time, not slurred. Keep fucking driving. You're almost there. I was hearing his thoughts. Maybe hearing wasn't the right word. I was feeling them, almost as if they were my own, but then they stuttered in and out like a bad radio signal. Up ahead on the side of the road, something bright green. A bright green bike. I forced Paul's eyes to look, and he swerved. The car slipped into a tailspin and sideswiped into something. 2 sickening thumps, and the car slammed bumper first into a roadside barrier post. Paul's head snapped forward into an exploding airbag, and darkness. I was trapped behind somebody else's eyes now. I could feel their thoughts, but this was no ordinary thought stream. It was a dripping fractal of swarming thought streams, all battling for control, like 1,000 tortured minds forcibly melded into one. Eternal anguish. Random memories jumped out from a subconscious mess like a bubbling swamp. Coat rack, 1 step, idiot, Mason, stupid fucking idiot. This was a soul forever damned to an eternity of paralyzed chaos and suffering. This was the intruder. I knew it. I could feel their feet now, pressed against scratchy carpet. They took 1 step forward, then another, and another. 7 quick steps downward until they tumbled into the wall. Silence. Then, as if puppeteered from above, they slid up the wall and rose to standing. And I snapped into another person, walking down my neighborhood street. We'd sell them to the neighbors, said a familiar voice. Pine cones, 5 cents apiece. It was Mitch. He looked to his side, and there, about 6 feet away, I stood. Mitch shook his head, and a chill went down his spine. Suddenly, I stood in front of my own door, looking up at myself. I've seen enough of those for a while. Howie's voice echoed as he rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. Darkness. I couldn't even think straight, Paul's voice echoed. Leaving. Aiden. Coat rack. Sal. Charm. Bastion. Coat rack. Filament. Renshaw. Petroleum. The intruder's voice echoed. Daylight. I stood outside the roadside diner, trapped behind Paul's eyes as he climbed onto a red Kawasaki motorcycle, and I looked back towards the diner. Through the window, I stared at me. I was sitting in a red booth, sitting with Mitch. Darkness. Now I shuffled through random memories, upside down, barely breathing, stuck between 2 boulders in the darkness below me. The faintest shape of a person impossibly tucked between the rocks like a coiled up viper, the glint of dead eyes. Darkness. A backyard shed cluttered with junk, bleeding hands frantically wrapping wire around the shattered remnants of a coat rack. Darkness. Crawling through a tunnel, a dirt ceiling scraped against my back. Darkness. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Paul's voice. I stepped out of a truck. Headlights cut through the night and freezing rain showered down. Red and guts mixed with water on the pavement, and a bloody streak led up to the road to a body 50 feet away, crawling. Darkness. The rhythmic thud of a hammer clanging against nails. I stood at the top of the basement steps, staring at a closed door, paralyzed. Darkness. I stood in an apartment kitchen, staring out through a window towards a brick wall view. Darkness. A hospital bed in a bedroom, military medical equipment scattered everywhere, strained wheezing. Darkness. The smell of burnt herring, gasoline, cold fluorescent light, a charred corpse laying on a morgue table, mouth wide open. Darkness. A blaring truck horn. Finally, I snapped back to the present. Inches from the front of my car, a semi-truck sped by. I was parked on the highway shoulder at a 90-degree angle. The sun was rising. I was back in the present, or at least that's what I assumed. I looked at my hands. I clenched them shut and opened them. Collecting my thoughts, I pulled onto the highway and drove. I had no idea what the fuck just happened. I rubbed the forehead with the back of my thumb. Chapter 10. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. Countless theories buzzed through my head as I drove down the highway. Fragments of scattered visions. Did Paul kill Zach in a drunk driving accident? Did Paul wire up the shattered coat rack, crawl through the tunnel, and set it back in my house? Was Paul a servant of the intruder? Was I becoming a servant of the intruder? After my clusterfuck of a vision, at least a few things made more sense. Sort of. Not only was the intruder connected to its victims, the intruder's victims were seemingly connected to each other. Maybe it was some kind of hive mind. Maybe it was turning people into intruders themselves. At this point, it seemed like anything was possible. It felt like I was on the verge of figuring this out, finally piecing everything together. But I'd been feeling that way for a while. Then I thought back to the way Paul's eyes moved outside the diner all those days ago, like somebody had jumped into his head, taken a quick look around, then jumped back out again. Now, I knew that it was me. I'm the one who jumped into Paul's head and looked towards myself. The nightmare logic of everything made me nauseous, like a carnival ride with no exits. A paradox web of chaos and madness with answers always hiding one step out of reach. Answers that only led to more questions. Questions that only led to more confusion. Above all this was yet another question. Something I know you're wondering too. Exactly who was the supposed old friend in Paul's house? The person he owed a favor. The person he was supposedly taking care of. Was it my childhood friend, Zach? Insane to even consider, I know, but hear me out. During my sporadic visions, I saw a green bike through Paul's eyes. The exact same bike my friend Zach was riding when he supposedly died. Did Paul hit him all those years ago? Did he find Zach barely alive on the side of the road, bring him back home? Was he keeping him alive to this day with his medical equipment and military training? Was Zach Paul's so-called old friend? I guess keeping Paul's intruder at bay? Did the timelines even match up? It was possible, but crazy to even consider. What are the chances? All happening to live across the street from me all these years later. How would the police not have found out? Maybe this entity had been involved in my life far longer than the last few weeks. Maybe the intruder orchestrated everything from the start, a conductor leading a bizarre and dissonant symphony, devoid of purpose. Now that I thought about it, there was a vague familiarity about everything, like constant deja vu. Like that feeling one gets around death. You'll know it if you've ever survived a bad car accident or faced something potentially terminal, or held someone's hand while they lay on their deathbed. You see part of the abyss. You finally realize, maybe for the first time, that at some point you won't exist anymore. Maybe you never existed to begin with. In the words of Max Shoemaker from Network, Death becomes a perceptible thing with definable features. Before all this, I never really feared death. There were times I even welcomed it. But that's easy to say when death is sitting off in the distance, caged behind bars. But when the end of everything is standing just 10 feet away, looking you in the eyes, breathing fog out its nostrils. My phone started buzzing in a cup holder, slowly spinning around as a screen lit up. Somebody was calling me. I pulled into the lot of a nearby gas station. Buster's Better Gas. I called them back. "Bradley?" said the voice on the other end. "Brandon." "Oh, Brandon." Oh. It was Howie, of course. "What's up, Howie?" "Not much. Just, checking to see if you're okay. Haven't seen you in a while." "Yeah, I'm fine. Just been running some errands." "Oh, you weren't here last night?" "No." "Huh." "What?" "Well, somebody tore down your art thing." "Art thing?" I'd already forgotten about my excuse for the barricaded door. The basement door," he said. "Whole thing's gone, frame and all." I said, trying to sound calm. "Yeah, I paid some guys to take it out." I lied, of course. "In the middle of the night?" "Yeah, I guess so. If that's when they showed up." "I went to bed and the door was there, and I woke up and the door was gone." "I guess they were quiet," I said, the lie growing more absurd by the second. "I'll say, I'm a light sleeper too," he chuckled. "Anyways," Howie continued, "I'm just calling to ask if it's cool if I crash here a few more weeks. I'll pay you rent once I get the money." "Yeah, Howie, don't worry about it. That's it." "Yeah, see you, Brandon. Thanks again. It really means a lot, man." I hung up. Fantastic. Now the basement door was gone. So much for slowing him down. In all the chaos, I still hadn't realized my violation of Rule 8. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. The importance of this rule cannot be overstated. Looking back, that would probably explain the missing basement door, and a few other things to come. My thoughts drifted back to Mitch. I knew he knew a lot more than he was letting on. I still didn't trust him, but I trusted him more than Paul. Low bar, I know. I pulled out my phone and dialed his number. 5 tones rang out, straight to voicemail. Mailbox full. I called again. Same thing. I called again. 2 tones rang out. Silence. He cut the call short. Mitch was ignoring me. Time for plan B. Inside the gas station, I bought a cheap burner phone and a pack of smokes. Sure, I quit a few months back, but I needed something to calm my nerves. Besides, I'd quit again after this pack. Stop judging me. Back in my car, I lit up a smoke and called Mitch on the burner phone. He wouldn't recognize this number anyway. I hated being stalkerish, but my life entirely depended on it. 3 tones rang out, and Mitch answered. "Hello?" "Mitch, please don't hang up." Silence, and then, "What do you want?" "I'm sorry I spoke with your..." I stopped myself from saying dad. With the neighbor. "What do you want?" repeated Mitch, losing his patience. "I just need to talk. One more time. In person." He sighed. "I've already said too much. Just keep following the rules. Ignore everything else. Ignore Paul." "Mitch, please. I'm literally losing my mind here. Just one more talk." "What'd you tell the neighbor?" "Barely anything. I just said..." "You know what? Never mind." He sighed. 3 Baker Street. Ring me when you get here." He ended the call. Mitch lived about 40 minutes away in a small town off the interstate. One of those towns where Main Street's nothing but a graveyard of pre-Walmart family shops. Survival of the cheapest. I pulled up to an old and gray concrete apartment building that looked straight out of Soviet Russia. I checked the address. This was the place. Lugging my crutches out of the back seat, I climbed out of the car and shut the door. Thanks to crashing into the roadside barrier, a heavy indent was scraped into the side of my car. Great. I double-checked my pockets. Phone, check. Switchblade, check. Now I brought my chrome switchblade everywhere, just in case. The interior of Mitch's place looked early 70s to me. Open design, cut down the middle, half kitchen, half living room. Between them, a bar with rickety stools. There was something strangely familiar about it. Deja vu. Mitch looked a little better than last time I saw him. Still tired, though. "Hey, Mitch," I said, forcing a smile as I took off my coat. Silent. Mitch stood about 6 feet away. He strode back into the kitchen and started scrubbing dishes in the sink. I pulled the door shut behind me. Mitch scraped grime off a cast iron frying pan. His back turned to me. I walked up to the edge of the kitchen and looked around. His place was tidy, like a hotel room. "What'd the neighbor tell you?" said Mitch, referring to his father. "A lot." "You believe him?" "I don't know." Mitch sighed, tossed the dishes down, and turned off the sink. Shaking water off his hands, he spun around and leaned back against the countertop. "So what do you want from me?" he said, crossing his arms. "I have some questions." Some was an understatement. "Okay." I didn't know where to start. Last night, I almost ran into a bear on the number 7. I swerved, hit my head on the window, blacked out for a second, and then... "You snapped into other people's minds, saw things from the past, maybe even the future." I looked at him, surprised. "Yeah, I mean more than that, but..." Mitch shook his head as if to say, "I expected as much." "What does it mean?" I said. "Look, what you're doing right now, you being here, this whole rabbit hole of trying to find the truth, it's not healthy. The more obsessed you get, the more crazy you become. The crazier you are, the easier it is to control you." "Control me?" Mitch ignored the question. "Stop expecting some priest or medium to come in and explain what's going on. Nobody's gonna show up and tell you how this thing spawned from an ancient curse or some other bullshit. And the only way to kill is to sacrifice their firstborn or pray to Jesus," he said mockingly. "That's not what this is. You can't reason with something that doesn't think. The only thing you can do is keep following the rules and put off more time between now and..." He trailed into morbid silence. If you think this is gonna end all tied up with a neat little bow, you're gonna end up severely fucking traumatized." As if I wasn't already. Mitch looked up at the ceiling, considering his next words carefully. "There's a good reason I've been so vague about everything. The more involved you are, the more you know, the more you share, the more you search for answers, the more it slithers into your life, into your thoughts, your dreams, everything." Mitch rubbed his jaw. "I barely escaped it myself." He looked across the room and stared at the door behind me. I glanced back over my shoulder. There was a floor-length mirror on the door, partially obscured by my coat. "After it took my dad," Mitch continued, "I almost got pulled in. I started researching, investigating. That's when the visions started, like what happened with you in the car. The intruder feeds you these little snippets of random moments. All of them feel like they might be connected, like they should have a reason, and maybe they do, but just because something has a reason doesn't mean it's a good one." "What's gonna happen to me?" "It's already happening," said Mitch. You're becoming a servant of the tulpa or whatever it is. The worst part is you still feel in control, but you won't be. Soon enough, you'll start breaking into people's houses at night, leaving coke racks in the basement, trying to tell other neighbors about it. Maybe you've already done it and forgot. Then you'll be telling neighbors not to worry about it, telling them to work on themselves, telling them it's all in their head, even telling them your life got better ever since the intruder showed up. Maybe theirs will too. How do you know all this? I don't. It's all a theory. At the end of the day, who the fuck knows anything about anything? Who knows what this thing wants? Maybe it feeds off the chaos. Maybe it's working towards something bigger. I don't know. I don't want to. Not anymore. I wasted too many years searching for answers, believing the key to all this was always just around the corner. A satisfying revelation where everything would finally make sense. But it never came. Every answer only led to more questions, more confusion, more obsession, more suffering. How did Paul really die? Mitch grit his teeth. Then he just stared at me, shaking his head, his eyes filled with, "Fuck it, you really want to know?" "When I was a kid," he said, "after Mom took us and moved out, a few years went by and Dad started getting his life together, stopped drinking, stopped leaving creepy notes in people's shoes, got him some good meds, etc. So Mom, after some gentle pushing from my sister, calls him up, asks him out for a coffee." Mitch went silent, eyes flicking back and forth across the wall behind me. That same night, after the call, Dad gets shit-faced for no reason. Drives up to the Balry Hills, same lookout him and Mom used to go stargazing at. Mitch grimaced. So he drives full speed towards the cliff edge and slams bumper first into a barrier post. He shook his head. Believe it or not, he wasn't the first person to try and drive a car off the Balry Cliffs. City put up the post a few months prior. Mitch pressed his tongue into the side of his cheek, thinking, so anyways, Dad's still drunk as hell, passed out, face in the airbag. Mitch pushed off from the counter, stepped over to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down. Gas leak catches fire. Dad burns alive. Mitch tapped his knuckles against the table a few times. Police said he was out cold. Didn't feel a thing. But I knew enough to know that wasn't true. I saw the corpse in one of those visions. Mouth wide open. Mitch opened his own mouth to show. I'm no expert, but people generally don't scream when they're asleep. Mitch slapped the table and ran his hand back and forth a couple of times. So we make arrangements to sell Dad's house. It's the weekend, we're moving stuff out, and then... He paused, looked directly at me. There comes Dad, riding a brand new motorcycle. He's all confused too. What are we doing with his stuff, you know? Mitch breathed out his nose. Said he was on a trip out of county last few months. Said he just got back. Of course, Mom loses her mind. Hell, we all lose our minds. Dad's back from the grave and all. Mitch looked away, his eyes watering slightly now. He stamped his foot against the laminate flooring. The coroner's report, the police, everything. It's like none of it even happened. Mom was hysterical, screaming at the police station saying they were trying to gaslight us. They weren't, but I almost wish they were. Documents never existed. At least not anymore. State almost took away from her for insanity. So she stopped talking about it. We all did. Telling people you believe in ghosts lands you in an awkward conversation. Telling people your dad is back from the dead lands you in a psych ward. He scoffed. The thing that really fucked with me, aside from the obvious, was his hands. Mitch held up his hands and spread his fingers. 10 fingers, including the one he shot off in the basement. Mitch looked at me again. This thing bent reality over us like a fucking wire. Like it bumped us into a parallel world or something. Mitch looked away again, staring at the kitchen cupboards as we spoke. Dad, or whatever replaced him, kept trying to reconnect with us, but we wouldn't have it. We moved cross country, cut off all ties. Mitch sighed. Things got a little better after that. Distance helped, especially back then. He trailed off into silence. What made you come back? My sister, Evelyn. She was convinced the intruder followed us after Dad died. After we moved, she thought it was trying to possess her, take over her thoughts. Evelyn ended up taking her own life a few years back because of it. Overdose. Plastic bag over the head. He trailed off, eyes filled with painful memories. I just wanted to find a way to stop this. Make sure it didn't happen to anyone else. I'm sorry. Mitch smiled sadly and gave a little shrug. So I started asking around Dad's neighborhood, low profile, asking if people had seen anything, heard anything about my dad. Everyone there was so fucking weird in similar ways too. Tics like... Mitch rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb to show. People forgetting random words, their eyes lighting up randomly and looking around as if somebody else was inside their head. Same stuff I noticed with my dad, only more extreme. Like the thing from his basement was spreading, taking over the whole neighborhood like a virus. He shifted his weight. Uncomfortable. How'd you figure out the rules? I didn't. I mean, not fully. Those were just things that seemed to slow it down. At least in my dad's case. Before we left him, I found it all scribbled up on a napkin. Dad, for all his flaws, he's really fucking smart. Logical. He would have tested things out, experimented, figured out exactly what the entity reacts to and doesn't react to. So, the more you know, the more he controls you. Maybe. That's only a theory. And I'm basically fucked no matter what I do. Mitch stepped up from the table, strode over to the kitchen sink, and stared out a brick wall view. He sighed. Look, Brandon, I should have been more honest with you before, but you want to know the truth, right? Yes. This has been over and done with from the start. I didn't respond. Ever since you snapped the coat rack in half, he continued. It was game over. I blinked. He looked back at me over his shoulder. I didn't tell you that because I didn't want you to panic. The calmer you are, the saner you are, the longer it takes for this thing to get a hold of you. Get a hold of me? You're becoming part of it now, just like my dad, just like the neighbors. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. Mitch shook his head and looked back out the window. You should leave, he said, resting his hands on the countertop. But I still don't leave, he snapped, his voice booming with surprising loudness. I shook my head, crouched back for the door, pulled on my coat, and wrapped my hand around the doorknob. Thanks for the help, I said, voice dripping with sarcasm. I turned the knob, but it was locked. Weird. I unlocked it and tried again, still stuck. Almost like somebody was pressing their weight against it from the other side. Mitch? I said, no response. I looked into the mirror on the door behind me. Mitch, with his back turned, now stood in the center of the kitchen. Pinned straight posture. Hands covering his face, like somebody playing peekaboo. Mitch? I said, looking back over my shoulder. Suddenly, the room shifted darker, but the lights didn't go out. Everything dimmed into slow motion nightmare. Mitch's left hand shot straight up into the air as if being pulled from above. Then his right hand, both hands shot straight into the air. Standing on his tiptoes now, I watched in wide-eyed horror, paralyzed. Suddenly his arms swung to his sides, like an invisible straitjacket wrapped around him. He stood there, motionless. Then he burst into coughing, hunched over, and staggered towards the sink, rubbing his forehead as he went. You okay? I said, taking a few careful steps forward. He threw a hand back, motioning me to stay away. I did. but his desperate wheezing and coughs only grew worse. Was he choking? He thumped his chest until finally something flew out of his mouth and plopped into the dirty sink water. I'm okay, he gasped. I'm okay. I glanced back towards the door. Mitch, back still turned to me, plunged a hand into the soapy water, fishing around for whatever came out of his throat. He froze and his eyebrows raised. Slowly, he lifted something out of the water. It was an object about the size of a chapstick, but I couldn't tell what it was from this distance. What the fuck? Mitch whispered. His hand suddenly swung to his sides again. The object flew to the floor, slid across the kitchen, and slowed to a stop in front of me. It was a dismembered finger. What the fuck was right? Mitch staggered back from the sink 7 quick steps. He straightened up into pin-straight posture again. Tried to speak, but only gargled whimpers escaped like he was being suffocated. I stepped backwards to the door, eyes darting around the room looking for another escape. No balcony. Too many floors up for that anyway. What the fuck? Mitch screamed. What the? His voice cut off into a choking mess. His throat swelled up like something was pushing on it from the inside out. His head snapped back, forcing him to look straight up at the ceiling, and then something pushed out from his mouth. Several somethings, long and wriggling like worms. Fingers. Fingers with extra joints, sliding out from his mouth and wrapping around his face. Gaunt hands, unnaturally large, squeezing together as they wriggled their way out of his mouth like a face hugger. Pig-colored skin, scarred with burn marks. The same hands I saw wrap around the coat rack all those nights ago, forcing Mitch's mouth wider and wider until the corners of his lips started to tear. Muffled, agonizing screams. Enough was enough. I spun around and shouldered into the door, using all my weight to crash into it again and again, all the while the horrific sight behind me reflecting on the door mirror, hidden by shadows. Something barely visible, tall and fetus-like, was forcibly climbing out of Mitch's body, dripping with blood and guts, pushing what was left of Mitch's skin down like somebody climbing out of an undersized wetsuit. Disgusting. Horrific. Finally, the door broke open. I stumbled into the hallway and slammed into the opposite wall. One of my crutches fell back into Mitch's apartment. Goodbye, crutch. I single crutched the fuck out of there. But the hallway was different now, stretching on for eternity in both directions, growing darker and darker. I didn't have the time to think about it. I just kept pushing forward, hobbling down the increasingly narrow passage. Behind me, the sound of staggering footsteps getting closer and closer all the while. Brandon, wait! A small, whimpering voice cried out. Brandon, please, come back. No fucking way. That's when I realized the hallway's increased length was partially an illusion. A forced perspective, miniature gradually getting smaller and smaller as it went. I kept pushing forward, the ever-lowing ceiling scraping against my head, forcing me into crouching, forcing me onto hands and knees, crawling through this ever more miniature apartment hallway as the walls and whatever was chasing me pulled closer. The smell of burnt hair and gasoline growing stronger all the while. Darkness. The air changed from dry air-conditioned cooled to humid and dark. I didn't care. I just kept crawling, shuffling forward bit by bit, my back scraping against the now inexplicably dirt ceiling as I went. Up ahead, light suddenly appeared. Less than 20 feet away, a room. Exhausted, I crawled faster, the sound of my own desperate breath bouncing off the walls around me. Almost there. Finally, I broke into the room and spun around. The tunnel was empty. As far as I could see, whatever has been chasing me was gone. For now, crutchless, I pulled myself to a nearby wall, slumped against it and caught my breath, eyes locked on the dark tunnel all the while, just in case. After a few minutes of catching my breath and calming myself down, I looked around. Dirt floors, plywood walls, This impossibly shifting tunnel had led me into the back corner of a basement, but not just any basement. Paul's basement. Chapter 11. None of these rules are set in stone. The intruder seems to evolve and react depending on your actions. How I ended up in Paul's basement didn't matter right now. I just wanted out. Easier said than done, especially considering I lost both crutches in the chase. But at least the light was on, for now. Let's pray to God the bunker door wasn't locked. Leaning against the concrete wall for support, I shimmied up onto one foot. Hobbling forward, I maneuvered my way through the maze, one painful step at a time. Tedious didn't even begin to describe it. Nearly 3 hours went by until finally I found footprints. The same footprints from when Paul and I were down there a few days back. Something to follow. Thank God. Encouraged, I shuffled my way forward bit by bit when a hollow thud from somewhere deep within the maze. A fist thumping against plywood. My heartbeat quickened. I picked up pace, rounded another corner. More thumping, quicker now, closer too. I hobbled faster, my limp cast leg dragging uselessly behind me. More thumping, 2 quick thumps each time now, like a heartbeat. The rhythm almost matching the pace of my own heart, getting quicker and quicker as the sound moved ever closer. I rounded another corner and, finally, the exit was in sight. Somehow the bunker door was open, inexplicably open. Another suspiciously convenient blessing. With renewed vigor, I pushed forward. The thumping echoed in the hallway just behind me now, right on my heels. The lights snapped off, pitch dark. Only the faint glow of moonlight cast against the basement steps up ahead. I pulled closer, one painful lurch at a time. Finally, close enough, I pushed off the wall and staggered through the open door, falling chin first into the stairs. The thumping sound right behind me. I pushed up, slammed the bunker door shut, and I latched the lever down. Another close call. I stood motionless at the door, listening for minutes. Nothing. Dead silence. I looked back over my shoulder. The door at the top of the basement steps was open too. Wide open. Bluish moonlight revealed the foyer above. Why were all the doors left open? I turned and used the railing to pull myself upward. Another painful and tedious slog. Trying my best to be as quiet as possible. Not easy. The last thing I wanted was for Paul to wake up and find me crawling out of his basement with no good excuse. After 10 minutes of painstaking effort, I finally reached the main floor. The familiar smell of vanilla-flavored cigarillos in the air. On my hands and knees, I crawled towards the front door, going even slower than before so as not to make a sound, inch by inch. When I finally reached the door, I grabbed a sturdy umbrella from a bucket in the corner and used it to push up to standing, a makeshift cane. No match for a crutch, but it sure as fuck beat crawling. I reached for the doorknob and froze. A pressure suddenly pushed into my forehead like a migraine. I rubbed my brow with the back of my thumb, stopped, lowered my hand. That was the weird tick. The thing Howie did. The thing Paul did. The thing Mitch did before he... When did I start doing it? Why did I start doing it? I shook it off and reached for the door, but again stopped short. Another recurring question bubbled up from my subconscious. Who is Paul's so-called friend? Who was the person in the room down the hallway? I peered back over my shoulder, trying to push the curiosity away, trying to just reach for the door and leave, but I couldn't. That strange, familiar, almost magnetic pull of needing to know the answers grew stronger with each passing second. I glanced around the foyer. Where did Paul sleep? Save for the basement, it wasn't a big house. There were only 3 doors in that hallway, and one of them was probably a bathroom. I turned fully around, stepped forward into the foyer, and lurched to another stop. No, it's not safe here. My survival instinct screamed so profoundly I could almost hear it. go home. Finally, listening to my smarter self, I turned back for the door. Go home and sleep. I turned the knob and another question jumped into my head. What if Zach's in the room? There's no possible way. Did the timelines even match up? How old would he be now? How would the police not have known? What if it was Zach? Maybe I could get a photo, take it to the law. My feet were bringing me back down the hallway before my head even made up its mind. Thank God the floors were carpeted, or I'd have woken up the whole neighborhood. Another painful hobble down the hallway until I reached the door to the mysterious room and froze. I took 3 deep, intentional breaths in and out, then reached for the handle. Locked. I tried again. Still locked. Not sure what I expected. I looked around. The house was quiet, motionless, almost like everything was on pause, frozen in time to an unnatural degree. A stillness that reminded me of the first night I found the coat rack. The same unsettling quiet in the air. Another weird thing I didn't have time to think about right now. I pulled the switchblade out from my back pocket and shimmied it into the door frame. I've got a lot of experience with discreetly unlocking doors. Don't ask. I tilted the knife upwards, pushed forward over the latch, and the foyer lights flicked on. My view snapped down the hallway. Footsteps coming from the living room. I staggered back into the kitchen just in time. Hello? Paul's voice echoed. How did he get out here? Was he asleep on the couch? I ducked down beneath a bar, separating the kitchen from the living room. This was not a good situation, no matter how you spun it, especially considering the fact Paul owned a gun. A gun he wasn't afraid to use. Part of me wanted to come out of hiding, explain myself, but at this point it felt likely Paul was being influenced by the intruder. Possessed even. Either way, I still needed to know who was in that room. Hello? Paul's voice echoed down the hallway this time. I huddled further into the shadowy corner, waiting, listening. Paul strode back into the living room. He flicked another light on. A stretch of draining silence followed. He was listening to. He was waiting. A long, silent standoff crawled by. 5 minutes at least. Nothing but the sound of my own breathing. Then, Paul cleared his throat, moved towards the kitchen, towards me, his footsteps getting closer and closer until the floor beneath me jostled slightly. Paul was standing on the opposite side of the bar now. If he leaned forward and peeked down, that was it. I held my breath, knife still in hand. Shit. I should have tucked it away earlier. Now, I really looked crazy. Crazy and dangerous. Too late now. Paul was close enough to hear even the slightest movement. Another impossibly long silence dragged by. Seconds like minutes, minutes like hours. Holding my breath all the while, growing tenser and tenser until... Flick. The switchblade flicked open. My tense grip must have bumped the switch. Fucking idiot. The floor creaked as Paul stepped back from the counter. My head raced 1,000 thoughts a second. Paul huffed and stepped forward again. Suddenly, the tips of his fingers slipped into view, gripping over the edge of the countertop above me. The bar top bent and strained as he leaned forward, pressing his weight down against it. Inching closer and closer, Paul was going to peer underneath the counter and see me hiding there. Crazy-eyed, sleep-deprived, armed with a switchblade, and bzz, bzz, bzz. Somewhere in the house, a phone, my savior, vibrated against a wooden surface. Paul huffed again, his hands slipped out of view, and he strode back into the living room, away from the kitchen. Finally, I inhaled a breath of overwhelming relief. A relief that quickly faded when I realized my situation hadn't changed. He'd come back soon enough, and I needed to be somewhere else when he did. Mitch? Said Paul, his voice filled with bewilderment. No, it's okay. It's okay. He was speaking softly now, comforting. Silence. Paul was listening to Mitch now, or whatever it was claiming to be Mitch on the other end. Who the fuck knew at this point? "You're sure it was him?" said Paul, listening. "When?" More listening. "Mm-hmm." A short pause. "Did you call the police?" Another pause. "No, I understand. That makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, Mitch. Not right now, but at some point we should at least get some authorities involved, okay? He's clearly not well." "Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll meet you there." He strode back into the living room and pulled a jacket on. What in the fuck was going on here? Were they talking about me? Why was Mitch suddenly talking to his supposedly estranged father? Was that even Mitch? There's no way it was. It had to be the intruder, messing with Paul. But was that even Paul? My head was exploding with an influx of questions. If the intruder's goal was to make me go insane with confusion and paranoia, then mission accomplished. Congratulations. Paul strode down the hallway again. He was coming back towards the kitchen. Fuck. He stopped in front of the kitchen entrance. Standing in the hallway, his back was mostly turned to me. All he needed to do was look slightly to his right and the jig was up. 10 long seconds dragged by until finally he turned towards the mysterious guest room, went for the handle, and it was locked. Shaking his head, he reached up on top of the door frame, slid his hand across, pulled down a key, and unlocked the door. He cracked it open and peered into the dark room. "Mitch called," said Paul. "Something happened at his place. Gonna see if he's all right. Back in a few hours, give or take." He pulled the door mostly closed and froze. He pushed it open again. "Open or closed?" No audible response. Paul locked the door from the inside, pulled it shut, and tucked the key back on top of the door frame. He marched back towards the foyer, flicking off all the lights as he went. Suddenly, he froze. Another long silence struck by, and then the foyer light flicked on again. What was he doing? The answer hit me like a bag of bricks to the face. The door. I forgot to close the door at the top of the basement stairs. In my defense, it was open when I got here, but I doubted that was Paul's doing. I could hear him creep across the foyer and stop. Now I assumed he was at the top of the basement steps, standing in front of an open door he never left open. He pulled the door shut and locked it, and wandered back into the foyer. Then he started pacing back and forth, pacing circles. Fuck. He muttered to himself, clearly in the middle of a panic attack or something even worse. This continued for 3 long minutes until finally he stormed out the front door and slammed it shut behind him. Silence. Outside, a bike engine turned on, peeled out of the driveway, and sped off. He was gone. Finally. My eyes drifted back towards the guest room door, curiosity burning stronger than ever, but I decided to wait 3 minutes longer, just in case Paul forgot something and came back. 3 minutes went by. I crept out into the hallway. I hobbled to the door, reached up on the frame, slid my hand across, and found the key. Hand shaking, I unlocked the door and stopped. I breathed deep. What if Zach was on the other side? What if it really was just an old friend of Paul's? What would I do with the knowledge? Was my obsession for answers really pulling me deeper into the intruder's web? I turned my head sideways and placed my ear against the door. The slow and muffled beep, beep, beep of what sounded like a heart monitor. I leaned back, took a deep breath, turned the knob, and pushed open the door. Gut-wrenching stench hit me like a wall, like rotting food and burnt hair. A smell so strong I could almost taste it. Turning away, I clenched my eyes shut and buried my nose into my inner elbow. I held there until the stench subsided somewhat. I turned back towards the room. Most of it was hidden in shadows, cluttered with military-grade medical equipment, just like the room in my vision. Heart monitors, IV bags, even a table laden with surgical tools. Near the window was a slightly inclined hospital bed. On the bed lay a man, or at least that's what I assumed. He was wrapped in medical bandages. Medical tubes stuck out of his arms, his wrists, even his legs. Bandages covered most of his face, save for his lower jaw, and a small slit for the eyes. I crept forward. The slow, rhythmic beep of the heart monitor remained steady. Whoever it was, they weren't aware of my presence yet. But I didn't care either way. I just needed to know. I reached the side of the bed and stopped. His eyes were clenched shut, as if pretending to sleep. His exposed jaw was scarred and mangled. Parts of his lips were peeled back, revealing teeth behind. I'm no medical expert, but it looked like a severe burn victim. If this was Zach, I couldn't tell. He would have been so much older now anyway, but whoever it was, they looked fit for an intensive care unit, not a guest bedroom. Was Paul keeping them here as a guest to ward off the intruder? I couldn't imagine anyone in their right mind agreeing to this willingly. I was about to turn back when, out the hallway, the front door clicked open and a light flicked on. Paul was back. I cast my view around the room, desperately searching for a place to hide when the man on the bed's eyes snapped open. Cold blue eyes, strikingly similar to Paul's. He was looking straight at me, wide and fearful. Thudding footsteps getting closer. Without thinking, I clambered beneath the bed and pulling my cast leg in behind me. Cramped between tangled wires and green metal crates, I hid. The footsteps stopped in the doorway. The bedroom light flicked on. "How'd you open this?" Paul's voice reverberated into the room. No response. "What's wrong?" Again, no audible response. Paul huffed, flicked the light off, and pulled the door shut, leaving me alone with the burn victim. The burn victim, I'm pretty sure, was Paul, or at least some version of him. Chapter 12. I recommend measuring the distance from him to the furthest corner of the house. Calculate how long it would take him to reach you. Set up your bedroom as far away as possible. Once established, do not move your bed. You must sleep there from now on. The rhythmic beat of the heart monitor kept me from falling asleep. All the while I could hear Paul mulling about around the house, doing God knows what at 4 in the morning. This went on for about an hour until finally silence. Silence and early morning birds chirping awake outside. It was still dark out, but the sun was rising. Another 10 minutes went by until I decided it was safe to leave. Climbing out from underneath the bed, I pushed up to standing. Relief poured through my sore, cramped body. I looked back. The man on the bed was asleep, eyes closed. Of course, maybe it wasn't Paul, but the resemblance, even through the gruesome scars, was striking. That, and the fact one version of Paul supposedly burned to death. At this point, who else would it be? I needed a photo, just in case. I pulled out my phone and the battery was dead, of course. Tucking my phone away, I turned back and staggered across the room. I placed my ear against the door. I listened. The low hum of the fridge, the occasional drip of a leaky faucet. Okay. I pushed open the door and peered out. Somehow, the hallway was darker than before. Empty, as far as I could tell. I crept out and pulled the door shut behind me. Shimmying against the wall, I made my way towards the entrance. Almost free. Almost home. Pushing off the wall, I stumbled into the foyer and thumped into the front door. A reverberating thud echoed through the house. Fuck. Dread hung in the air as I braced for a response, but nothing came. only more silence. Relieved, I reached and turned the knob and fucking locked from the outside. I pulled my switchblade out and stuck it into the frame. Sliding forward, behind me down the hallway, a door clicked open. I looked back over my shoulder. It was the door to the room of Paul's burnt up doppelganger. Fuck this. I turned back to the door and... Brandon? A voice from the left. I snapped to look, only the darkened living room. Struggling to pull the knife out from the door, I squinted into the shadows. In the far corner by a draped shut window, a silhouette seated on a couch. Are you okay? The familiar voice from the darkness echoed, for a moment almost sounding like my father. Someone rose to standing and stepped into a beam of pale moonlight. It was Paul. Cold blue eyes filled with confused disappointment. His eyes glanced to the wedge knife gripped in my hands, then back to me. Mitch called, he said, trying to stay calm, acting like nothing bad was happening, even though it clearly was. He's worried about you. He took a careful step forward. I flinched, pulled, and yanked the knife out from the door frame. Paul gently raised a hand. We're okay. He stepped back. No need for that. Full disclosure, I've got a 9mm sitting on the table there. He glanced down to his left. A black finish handgun sat on top of a stack of books. But there's no reason for any of that, right? He nodded slightly as if to answer his own question. I lowered the knife, but I didn't put it away. Maybe seeing an incomprehensible monster crawl out through Mitch's mouth gave me a few trust issues. Mitch said you were really distressed last night. Said you broke down his door, ran away in a panic. I shook my head, painfully aware of how crazy I must have looked. It's okay, Brandon. We're not pressing charges or anything like that. We're worried about you. Have you been sleeping? I chuckled bitterly, turned back towards the door and stuck the knife back into the door frame. I was done playing this stupid game. In my peripherals, Paul stepped over to the table, crouched down, picked up the gun, and tucked it into the back of his waist loop. Brandon, said Paul, again sounding oddly similar to my late father, the same way Dad sounded knocking on my bedroom door after Zach died. You're letting this get to you. I know what it's like. Trust me, I know better than most. I turned to look at him again. Why is your door locked from the outside? Paul shook his head. It's not. I grabbed the handle and turned it to show. The door popped open, and the wedge knife clattered to the floor. I blinked in confusion, shrugged, held the door frame, and... I'm not letting you go, said Paul. It sounded more like pleading than a threat. I stopped, looked back towards him, down at the gun. You gonna shoot me? We're gonna wait here till help comes. Help as in the cops? They're gonna bring you to the hospital, get you some help. A psych ward. They're not like the movies. Trust me, I've been in more than a few. I scoffed, a growing sense of bitter spite swelling up in my throat. All the confusion, all the questions, all the vagueness boiled into a twisting mass of rage. Who's in the fucking room? Paul glanced down the hallway. An old friend. I grit my teeth. An old friend burned to shit that just happens to look exactly like you. He was injured in the war, Brandon. I'm his caretaker. I shook my head in disbelief. Paul had an answer for everything. You expect me to buy that? It's using you. I can see it in your eyes. Then why am I trying to help you? I opened my mouth to respond, but stopped short, as if the insanity of my own thoughts was too strange even to speak aloud. But I knew he was lying. I fucking knew it. Somehow the version of Paul who burnt alive in the car wreck was also the one in the room down the hallway. I didn't know how. I didn't know why, but I knew it was true. Look, Brandon, nothing I say right now is going to convince you of anything, and that's okay. But I need you to understand this thing is fucking with you right now. It's all in my head, right? No, some of it's real. It has to be. I know. Some things happen to me that I can't explain, but that doesn't matter anymore. I put that aside and pretended it wasn't real. Good for you, I said, squatting down and picking the knife back up. I turned around for the door and Paul drew his gun. He didn't aim at me, but he looked ready to fire. You're not going to shoot me. You're not going to get that far with that leg. He had a point there. Brandon, Paul continued, you've broken and entered with a deadly weapon, but I'm on your side here. Even Mitch is on your side. I huffed, stepped back from the door and pulled it shut. Paul relaxed and tucked away his pistol. A long stretch of silence. I sighed. Do you actually believe you're in control right now? What? It's using you. I can see it in your eyes. Do you know it? Or do you think you're still you? Paul, at a loss for words, smiled sadly, turned around, stepped back for the couch, and I lurched forward, pushing open the front door in one smooth motion, scrambling onto the front lawn. Red and blue light swept over the street ahead. I pushed up to my feet, staggering uselessly across the yard. Brandon! Paul called out after me, his voice filled with protective concern. A cop cruiser skid to a stop on the street in front of me. Out from the passenger seat, a young cop whipped out, took cover behind the door, and drew her weapon. Get on the ground! She screamed, gun pointed directly at me. I just stood there, knife in hand, in shock, staring down the barrel of a handgun. Drop the weapon! I looked back over my shoulder at Paul. His face was filled with fear. Fear for my safety. I knew. I could see it in his eyes. Something slammed into me from the side. A burly cop tackled me into the dirt. The knife sailed from my hand and flew through the air. My head pushed into wet soil and grass. I was pinned down. Sudden realization flooded through me. This meant I'd be dragged away to a psych ward, forced to do their tests, forced to take medication, sleeping away from home, breaking the cardinal rule again and again, the intruder gaining more and more influence with every passing night I spent away from home. A sense of overwhelming dread swarmed through me. With a burst of surprising strength, I kicked and swiped and flailed, somehow shoving the heaviest cop off me. I scrambled, half crawling, half running, a useless attempt. The second cop hauled off the street towards me and sidewalled me back into the ground, both of them pinning me down now. Dead grass and clumps of dirt filling my mouth, but I didn't give up. I kept fighting. This was life or death. I needed to escape. I kept pushing, struggling. Be careful with him, Paul's muffled voice cried out. A heavy blow cracked against the back of my head and darkness. I woke in the head of something not human, but not the intruder either. An animal. A strange, bizarre sensory experience, to say the least. 4 legs, a perspective on the world nearly impossible to explain. Was it a mountain lion? Was it a bear? I didn't know, but I was in a familiar forest, staring down a straight hiking trail. Evening sunlight cut down through the trees above, speckling the snow-covered path with pockets of swaying light. Then I saw myself, ahead on the path. I was dressed for hiking, looking slightly older now, leg fully healed, oblivious to the creature in front of me. This version of me suddenly froze, staring directly towards me now, his eyes filled with terror. He turned to run. Darkness. I woke in a room with greenish walls, cold fluorescent light cast over all. Arm was handcuffed to a bed railing. The room was unfamiliar, but I knew exactly where I was. Emergency room. Psych ward. Fuck. Chapter 13. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. Paul was right about one thing. Psych wards aren't like the movies. At least this one wasn't. If anything, it felt more like a nursing home. Boring. assisted living with cameras and security guards, no electroshock therapy, no drawn-out talks with stoic shrinks, no evil head nurse. The movie's got one thing right, though: isolation. Especially for the first few days. I was in hysterics, strapped to a bed, screaming about the man in the basement, screaming about how sleeping away from home would only make him stronger, give him more influence. Of course, I knew this behavior didn't exactly help my case for appearing sane, but when you're staring down the barrel of a gun, none of that really matters. Regardless, I calmed myself down after a few days. A steady cocktail of Seroquel and benzos might have helped too. Now, I had only one goal: appear sane enough to get discharged, get back home, and hopefully salvage this disastrous transgression. Maybe the intruder would give me some leeway since my being here was involuntary. Wishful thinking. I guess there's one other thing the movie's got right. The more you try to appear sane, the more insane you appear. It's not easy to pretend things are normal when you believe in ever-powerful hive mind, tulpa, whatever the fuck is trying to absorb you into itself. But I put up a decent show. To be honest, getting stuck in a psych ward is the last place I expected to be. Before this, it seemed like everything was leading up to some vast and terrible revelation. Like I'd finally get the answers to all my questions. A final horrific revelation connecting all the pieces together. But now, I was stuck in a borderline nursing home, putting together cat puzzles and playing Uno with strangers. Not exactly the finale I had in mind. The anticlimax of it all was suspect, to say the least. I was still waiting for the hammer to drop, to wake up in my room and see a coat rack in the corner. Getting forced into a psych ward changed my view on a lot of things. There was one guy in there. He had OCD so bad he even needed 7 cups of water on his bedside table at all times. Each cup needed to be slightly fuller than the last, but he also needed a drink from the 3rd, 4th, and 7th cups every 14 minutes. Then pace around the psych ward 3 times. If he broke the ritual, he was convinced a man made out of paper would climb in through the vents and cut him in half. Shit like that might have seemed funny to me before, in a morbid kind of way, but after seeing it firsthand, after living through it myself, let's just say I don't look at homeless people rambling to themselves on the street the same way I did before. It's easy to make fun of things that make you uncomfortable. It's not so easy when you're the one going through hell. Paul came to visit too, or at least he tried. I didn't sign off the first few times. As far as I was concerned, Paul wasn't Paul. The real Paul was trapped back in his house, barely alive, strapped to a hospital bed, and burnt up almost beyond recognition, a prisoner in his own home. Mitch even showed up once too, but I refused him as well. Mitch wasn't Mitch either. Mitch was dead. A mangled heap of skin on his kitchen floor. Worst of all, I didn't think either of them was even aware of it, but I believed that they believed they were actually themselves. Unwitting duplicates. Paul kept trying, showing up every other day. He even covered all my hospital bills out of his own pocket. I was borderline broke, so that was appreciated. Out of curiosity more than anything else, I finally gave in. I finally signed off on Paul's visit. We sat down in the common area. Imagine a low-income high school lunchroom. Round tables covered in half-finished puzzles. Cold vinyl floors with flecks of milky gray. An older woman stood by the window. Rosa was her name. Every 10 minutes or so, Rosa would call out for the nurse. When the nurse showed up, she'd ask them for the time. They'd tell her the time and she'd thank them. Rinse and repeat that for the last 3 hours straight. After a while, you start to tune out stuff like that. Everything becomes background noise eventually. Finally, the doors pushed open and in walked Paul. Our eyes met. He smiled sadly, strode across the room, pulled out a rickety chair, and sat down across from me. "How have you been?" I shrugged. He nodded and pulled a brown envelope out from his jacket. He placed it flat on the table and slid it towards me. That's not going to answer everything, but it might help some. Skeptical, I reached into the envelope and pulled out a stack of documents, papers, photos, ID cards. Paul cleared his throat. That's everything I could find on my friend in the guest room. Full warning, some of it's a little graphic. I scanned the first paper, hospital records, detailing a man named Lawrence Weiser. A photo, a man laying on a gurney in the Vietnam jungle, covered in full body chemical burns. I flipped to the next page, military legal papers, giving Paul the right to shelter and look after Lawrence Weiser. Clearance to monitor and treat complications sustained due to long-term effects of wartime injury. I flipped to the next page. A photo of Paul, much younger, was paperclipped to the corner. His arm wrapped over another man's shoulder, about the same age. Both of them looked so much alike. They could have been brothers. I kept flipping, more documents, more photos, IDs, birth certificates. If they were fake, Paul would have spent a lot of time and money making them. Maybe the intruder created them out of thin air. I turned the page. More photos of Paul. He was setting up a hospital bed in his house's spare bedroom. Military personnel helping out. I put the papers down and looked at him. And? Paul scratched his neck. I know it barely answers anything, but at least it clears up one thing. I set the documents on top of the envelope and slid it back across to Paul. I drove to Mitch's apartment, 40 minutes out of town. Saw a fucking fetus monster climb out of his mouth. Then I ran down the hallway and ended up in your basement. Hell, I'm pretty sure my car's still parked out at Mitch's, and you're saying it's in my head? Paul nodded understandingly, looked back over his shoulder and making sure nobody was in earshot. It's not in your head, he said, turning back to face me. It's only partially in your head. This thing's got a foot in the door between reality and nothing, and if you let it, it'll push that door all the way open and never go back. I scoffed. Why all the runarounds? Why the stupid fucking rules? Paul leaned back into his chair. Mitch and I have different ideas on how to fix it. I figured accepting it's there and living life regardless is the best route. Mitch thinks that's what it wants you to do. Truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Why'd you say I could pass it off then? Paul looked at me genuinely confused. In the park, I continued, you said I could build a bunker door and pass it off to somebody else. In the park? I looked at him in disbelief. Did he forget? I honestly don't know what you're talking about, said Paul. He seemed sincere, but I'd been fooled more than enough by now. In the park, you told me this long, drawn-out fucking story about how you fell in between these boulders, saw a man down between the rocks, told me the intruder dug a tunnel between the houses. A tunnel? You're serious? Look, Brandon, I don't know who you talked to, but it wasn't me. But that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is you focus on moving past all this. Focus on getting better. The stronger you are, the healthier your mind is, the less powerful this has over you. Like I said before, once I stopped drinking, started caring for people close to me, all the crazy shit started going away. Things still happen, don't get me wrong, but I can deal with it now. You learn to cope. How do I know you're even you? You don't. Shit, I don't. But that doesn't matter either. I'm here. I exist. You exist. Work with what you know. I didn't respond. How long you been away from home now? 2-3 weeks. Has anything happened? Has the intruder shown up here? Have you died? I didn't answer, but I caught the point. This doesn't make any sense, I said, leaning forward, resting my arms on the table. That's the point. This thing preys off confusion, addiction, fear, repression, trauma. The more fucked up you are, the better a time it has. I mulled it over, still not convinced. Has the doctor helped? Paul continued. The meds? I gave a reluctant nod. As much as I hated to admit it, things didn't feel as crazy as they used to. I felt calmer, more stable, but like I said before, this was all too easy. Uncomfortably anticlimactic. The night before I went to your house, I swerved, almost hit a bear. I smashed into a roadside post and cracked my head on the driver's side window. I saw things, experienced things. I saw you driving, looking out through your eyes. All nodded as if expecting the point to be raised. I'm not gonna say it wasn't real, but it's only a little snippets of moments, crumbs of conspiracy, just enough to create a narrative in your head that may or may not be real, enough to keep obsessed, enough to... I saw you driving drunk. You swerved into somebody on a green bike. Hit and run. It seemed like you tried to cover it up. Paul looked at me with deadly serious eyes. I'd kill myself before trying to cover up something like that, he said, with brutal conviction. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it didn't happen in this world, and it didn't happen to me, whatever that's worth. Sure, I said, still not fully satisfied. Nurse! Rosa by the window called out again. The staff was ignoring her now. Nurse! Paul looked around, expecting someone to help. She just keeps asking the time, I said. Paul pulled up his sleeve and checked the time on his watch. 5:58 in the afternoon, he said, smiling warmly towards her. Rosa looked at Paul like he was an angel sent from above. Thank you. Paul nodded and turned back to me. More silence. I cleared my throat. You and Mitch talking again? Paul shook his head. No. He was just worried about you is all. Still thinks you're possessed? Something like that. Paul rubbed his jaw. I mean, it's not just that though. I was a shit father too. I nodded. You remind me of my old man sometimes. A shit father too, huh? I almost laughed. Nah, he was all right. Where is he now? Dead. Oh, sorry. It's okay. What got him? Lung cancer. Same thing that got my dad. In the liver, though. A strange calm came over me, something I hadn't felt since before this nightmare began. A feeling that maybe, despite all its misery, life was worth sticking around for. At least a little while longer, if for nothing else, just to see what happens. We talked about Howie too. Paul said Howie always struck him as weird, even before the intruder. Maybe he was a servant of the intruder. Maybe he was an unwitting vessel controlled by the intruder to spy on new recruits. Maybe he was just a weird guy who really liked the color green and crossword puzzles. Maybe some things were better left alone. A bell rang out through the PA system. Dinner will now be served in the cafeteria. Please line up on the marks, maintaining a 6-foot distance from one another. Paul hit the table gently with his fist. Well, I'll stop bugging you now. I forced a smile. Paul stood up. I'm not asking you to trust me blindly here, but if you got the patience, I'd love to swing by and visit every so often. Don't got much else going on anyways. Sure, I said, still skeptical. Even though I didn't trust Paul, or anyone else for that matter, I had to admit his presence made me feel a little less crazy, a little less alone. Besides, any visitor, even a potential vessel of the intruder, was preferable to no visitor at all. Take it easy, kid, he smiled, then strode back for the exit and pushed through the doors. Paul stopped by every single day for the next 2 weeks. We played cards, talked about hockey, politics. Sometimes we talk about the intruder too, but less and less every day. Paul eventually brought me somewhat around, convinced me to work with the doctors. What have you got to lose anyways? A fair point. Told me to tell the doctors what they needed to hear, tell them I acknowledge it was all in my head, even if we both knew that wasn't entirely true. Say what I needed to say to get out, but don't rush things. Only leave when I felt ready to. Reality is a spectrum. Things in the realm of thought and emotion don't exist or not exist in a binary state. Belief leads to real actions, terrible and beautiful. Just look at religion. I'm not a believer myself, but it's pretty staggering the simultaneous beauty and horror created by mythic ideologies. True or not, sometimes it feels like belief itself has more effect on the real world than anything else. I don't know. Maybe the intruder worked in a similar way, molding itself out of belief, obsession, trauma, forcing itself out of the abstract into the concrete, like a virus of the mind. Who knows? All was there the day before my discharge. The doctors had determined I was stable enough to return to public life. I still felt like shit, but now in a normal, constant haze of vague depression and anxiety kind of way, as opposed to a supernatural entity as to trying to kill me kind of way. Paul and I played crib in the common area. Best out of 3. He won, as usual. Stretching out his arms, Paul checked the time. Well, I should head out, he said, partially yawning. I'll swing by tomorrow, give you a ride home. Sure. Thanks, Paul. No worries, kid. Paul drove me home the next day. We pulled into my driveway, and sure enough, there sat my car, inexplicably back in its spot, no longer in front of Mitch's apartment. I opened my mouth to ask about it, but stopped myself short. Better leave well enough alone. So what's next for Brandon? He adjusted the rearview mirror as he spoke. I shrugged. Probably gonna move upstate, to be honest. Yeah, I don't blame you. I haven't checked my email in a while, but pretty sure I'm jobless by now. That kind of just fell off the map. Paul chuckled. Fair enough. Is that a bad thing, though? I mean, not really. Wasn't really my favorite job anyway. What are you gonna do now? I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to school. Maybe I'll start writing again. You write? I used to. And you enjoyed that? Yeah. Why'd you stop? No money. Well, if you move, sell the place. That might give you a bit of a cushion, huh? Sure. I'm not saying what you should do, Brandon, but if you like writing, then at least try for it. If you like something else, shoot for that. It's better than not trying. Trust me. I learned that the hard way. Yeah, maybe, I said, mulling it over, looking back. This conversation, like many others, was a little strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Anyways, I'll get out of your hair now, said Paul. Silence, reached for the door and stopped. Thanks, Paul, I said, looking back at him. It's hard to know what to say to someone who might have saved your life. You owe me one, he said, cracking a smile. I smiled back, turned away, and unlatched the door. I stepped out, went to close it in. Oh, one more thing. I froze, pulled the door back open, hunched down to meet his eyes. I know you're planning to move anyways, but Paul shifted in his seat slightly. It's probably better we keep minimal contact from here on out. Same goes for Mitch. I'm not sure why, but this thing seems to feed off us being around each other. I nodded, stepped away, pushed the door shut, and turned back for my house. Paul pulled into reverse, back across the street, and pulled into his garage. To this day, I don't know if that was even Paul, the intruder, or something in between. All I know is he helped me get back on my feet, so I'm grateful for that. I rifled for my keys and something caught the corner of my eye. Down the street, parked about 7 houses away. A white hatchback with tinted windows. The same car I'd seen all those weeks ago. I don't know why it grabbed my attention, but it did. It felt out of place, sinister almost. I shrugged it off, turned away, and opened the door. The smell of cooking hit me. Chicken soup, gravy, and mashed potatoes. Howie humming to himself. I pulled the door shut behind me and was greeted with a bright green, brand new basement door. You like it? Howie's voice shot down the hallway. I turned. His bald head peeked out from the kitchen. Yeah, Howie, it's great. I lied. Howie smiled brightly and stepped out into the hallway. Work's picking up again, so it's from my own pocket. The least I could do for you let me stay here. Thanks, Howie. How have you been? Mitch's dad sort of filled me in a little, and he's apparently not dead. His kid told me otherwise. Some people are so weird, huh? Crazy's catching, I said. Huh? Nothing. Oh, I got something. Howie slipped back into the kitchen and reappeared on the other side, this time with a crossword book in hand. 9 words, third letter T, last letter M. A naturally occurring yellow blackish liquid found in geological formation below the Earth's surface. I furrowed my brow. The word was on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't quite place it. Howie looked at me, eyes filling with anticipation. I shrugged again. Beats me. His eyes filled with disappointment. I'll let you know if it comes to me. Sure, no problem. Howie slumped back into the kitchen and placed down the booklet. It looked like I just told him his dog died or something. I moved out the next week. Howie offered to stay, pay rent with his newfound income. I agreed. I never did find out exactly what made him leave his old place, but he never brought it up, so I didn't ask. I moved upstate, rented a small studio apartment in a mountain town. Still can't sleep in places with basements, which can't really blame me on that one. Got back into writing hard too. Started taking online courses, watching YouTube tutorials, stuff like that. Got my craft to a place where I'm not entirely embarrassed to share it. Weirdly, all these events actually inspired me to start writing again. Of course, all the loose ends, all the unanswered questions still bothered me. Something just felt too convenient about the last few weeks. Like I'd gotten out of the woods too easy. Like the hand of an invisible, benevolent God stepped in and waved away all my problems. Deus ex machina. But sometimes I wondered if the intruder was still using me, working towards some unknown and terrifying endgame. An endgame that would reveal itself at any moment. Vague anxiety once again lingered beneath everything, like a constant, rising shepherd tone. Sometimes barely audible, sometimes unbearably loud. I did what I could to put it out of my mind, to focus on other things. Not pushing it away, just being aware that it's there, and gently choosing to focus elsewhere. I'm learning to live with it, learning to accept the unknowable. I'll admit one thing though, coat racks still freak me the fuck out. Despite all the progress, there was something else I couldn't shake. One question that kept me up nights. What happened to Zach? Was it really what the police said? Just some long-haul semi-truck driver in the night? A terrible accident? But what about the visions of Paul, drunk driving, hitting somebody on a green bike? What about the intruder's mimicry murder of Zach? Pleading and apologizing. What about the... I stopped myself from spiraling. These questions stuck in the back of my head like splinters of wood stuck between fingers. But even here, I'm learning to live with it. About 6 weeks ago, I decided to look up Zach's mother, just to call her and see how she was doing, if she was even still alive. It took a bit of work, but I found her. She lived in a care home down in Georgia. I called her on a Wednesday night. Hello? She said, her voice sounding almost how I remembered despite all the years between. Mrs. Serrano? Speaking. Hi, I'm not sure if you'll remember me or not, but this is Brandon Miller. Brandon? Her voice filled with recognition. Yeah, that's me. Oh, it's so nice to hear from you. How have you been? It's been so long. I'm doing all right. We made small talk for a while, talked about the town I grew up in, talked about the pandemic, the craziness of the upcoming election. Then the conversation took an unexpected turn. How's your father doing? She asked. Oh, he passed away quite a few years back now. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I've accepted it now. Yeah, I've mostly done the same with Zach, but it still hurts. That never goes away, but you learn to live with it. I didn't say anything. I was lost for words. Silence hung in the air until... You know, Zach always had trouble making friends before you. I didn't know that. Zach always struck me as effortlessly charismatic. He was a bit of an odd duck, but in a good way. Before we moved, none of the other kids ever really clicked with him, but with you, inseparable. Huh. Yeah, I was the same way. How's that? Not good at making friends. More silence. I remember his passing hitting you real hard, she said. You didn't speak for months. Your father was terribly worried about you. Yeah, I'm doing better now, thankfully. That's good to hear. I'm sure the closure helped too. It helped me. Closure? What? What closure? You didn't hear? Hear what? A driver, long haul teamster, came forward a couple years back, all them years back. He was sleep deprived, running a cross state shipment when... She trailed off. The tragedy spoke from the silence. She took a breath and continued. This driver, he grew overwhelmed with guilt, came forward 2 years back to confess. I met with him too, a kind soul, really, a sensitive soul. Wrong person, wrong place, a terrible mistake. Where's he now? He took his own life a few months back. Poor soul. Neighbors found him in a basement corner. The words basement corner hit me like a concrete wall. Was this connected to the intruder? Was this connected to Paul? Nightmarish thoughts and incomprehensible images raced through my mind. The image of a naked body, pale and decomposing, slumped into a basement corner, a plastic bag wrapped over its head. You there? Said Miss Serrano. I stopped myself, took a deep breath, set it aside. Don't worry about it. It's a coincidence. I hope his family is okay. Yeah, me as well. Threads of conspiracy dangled in front of me like fishing lures. This had to be connected to the intruder somehow. It had to be connected to the rules. What's his name? I asked, almost involuntarily. The driver. Oh, Mason Parker, I believe. Huh? I didn't recognize it. Awkward silence. Well, it's been lovely hearing from you, Brandon, but games night's about to start and I can't be late. Of course, you as well, Mrs. Serrano. Take care of yourself. Call anytime, okay? Okay. She ended the call. I sat at my work desk. The glow of car lights beamed in through the window and swiped across the darkened walls. Raindrop shadows stretched across the room and returned into darkness. I took another deep breath, exhaled, doing my best to stay grounded, using a trick I learned from Paul. 3 by 4. Name 3 things you can see. Bookshelf, white wall, brown desk. Name 3 things you can hear. Rain against the window, tires against the road, neighbors' footsteps up above. Name 3 things you can feel. The back of my legs against the seat, the warmth of the heater against my shins, the brush of my shirt as I breathe in and out. Name 3 things you can smell. Coffee, gasoline, burnt hair. Overwhelming terror pushed up from the floor, into my toes, through my legs, my spine, into my head. A sickening upward swell of chemical dread. A feeling that something truly heinous, something truly evil, yet emotionless beyond human understanding, was standing behind me. I imagined arms, impossibly long, stretching from the shadows across the room. Unnaturally large hands, fingers with extra joints, reaching for the scruff of my neck. Eager to pull me down through the floor, down through the ground, down through the dirt, beneath the surface of reality itself, trapping me below an invisible barrier, suffocating me underwater with impenetrable surface tension, forcing me to watch, gasping for the air as the world above me moved on without me. The world above acted as if I never even existed to begin with, eternal suffering. I spun around, expecting to see something incomprehensible, but there was nothing. No intruder, no coat rack, no man held together with nails and wire, just an empty studio apartment. The orange glow of more headlights wiped across, slow and yawing light crawling over the kitchen, over the front door, over me, like the beams of a deep water submarine scanning the ocean floor. Everything returned to moonlit darkness. Against the window drapes, a faint greenish and flickering glow from a neon bar sign across the street. I sniffed the air. The smell of gasoline and burnt hair was gone. Maybe it was never there to begin with. I took another deep breath and exhaled. It's all in my head. Or, at the very least, it's mostly in my head. But still, the words only rang partially true. If I had learned anything over the past few months, it was this: nothing good comes easy. At least, not this easy. As much as I tried to repress it, as much as I tried to ignore it, I knew something was missing. There was some piece of the puzzle that may or may not ever be found. I knew this wasn't finished. I took a deep breath, exhaled. I turned back to my desk, popped open my laptop, and started writing. Chapter 14. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. A bump in the night startled me awake. I checked the time. 2:58 a.m. Neon green light flickered in through the studio apartment. I sat up onto the edge of my bed, staring at the closet door. A white closet door with zigzag patterns etched across it. Another thump above me. I looked up. It was the upstairs neighbors again, mulling about it at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday night. Rubbing my eyes, I pushed off the bed and strolled up to the window. It was snowing outside. First snowfall of the year. Drifting dots of white dissolving against the asphalt below. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye. Across the street, down in the plaza parking lot, a white hatchback with tinted windows, engine idling. Was it the same car from before? I shrugged it off, pulled the blind shut, and crawled back into bed. But now I couldn't sleep. The bumps and scrapes of the upstairs neighbors felt louder. The flickering glow of the neon bar light across the street felt brighter. Everything felt heightened, like on fast forward. I rolled out of bed, marched across the room, and yanked open the closet door. A bunch of propped up junk toppled out onto the floor. Old records, unread books, unopened boxes. I pushed it all away and dug into the back of the closet, throwing junk over my shoulder until I found what I was looking for: an old box fan and a red pleated quilt. I stuffed the quilt into the window frame blocking the outside light. I set the fan up on a chair and blasted it towards my bed. White noise and darkness. I dug through a few more boxes until I found a pair of orange disposable earplugs. Let's try this again. I climbed into bed and shut my eyes. The gentle gust of the box fan against my face as I drifted off to sleep. There was something about that feeling. It felt like movement, and movement calms me down. Maybe that's why I enjoy aimless driving so much. I shut my eyes and finally fell asleep. I had a dream with Zach in it, but it was more like a memory than a dream. A vivid flashback playing out in the darkness of sleep like a strange and ethereal film. A memory from the weeks before Zach died. We had found an old car, rusted up and stuck down in the riverbeds by the Cauldron Cliffs. An old 1950s car, likely pushed off the cliff from above by some drunk college kids. Zach wanted to jump across the rocks, over the rushing torrents, and stand on top of the old car. I didn't share his enthusiasm. Risking death to stand on a car wasn't my idea of a good time. Zach bugged me about it, but didn't push. We went back home after that. Up the winding trails, through the dried woods, up past Old House and the Brindleshams. We rounded a corner and stepped onto the final stretch of the trail, but Zach froze, pointed straight ahead. Down the trail about 50 feet or less, a man, dressed in white, with pin-straight posture, stood with his back to us. But this part never actually happened. It was a false memory, a creation of the strange dream, or if it did happen, I'd forgotten it. Zach cupped his hands to his mouth and screamed, "Hey!" But the man didn't move. We both tensed up as a long silence ticked by, a growing sense of unease in the air. A summer breeze crawled through the woods behind us and kicked up dry dust from the trail. Sunlight caught through the plumes and the wind faded back to quiet. Then Zach looked back at me. "We should go," he whispered. "Brandon?" I looked at him. Zach's eyes were filled with uncharacteristic fear. "We should..." I snapped awake, cold sweat running down my forehead. Thanks to the blacked out window, my room was pitch dark now, but something was wrong. I could no longer feel the brush of the fan against my face. I pulled out my earplugs. The fan was still on, a whirring hum. I squinted through the darkness. A slow and terrible realization crawled over me. Something was stood between me and the fan. Something was stood in the middle of the room. I gripped my teeth, reached for my phone, turned on the screen, and shone it into the room. Empty. The brush of the fan against my face returned. The sense of a presence vanished. I stared into the empty room, waiting for something to happen, almost willing something to happen. But nothing happened. For 5 long minutes, nothing changed. I rechecked the time. 3:58 a.m. I climbed out of bed, trudged across the room, flicked on the light, and strode back towards the window. I pulled the blacked out quilt back and peered outside. The snow was falling faster now. The parking lot across the street was empty. The white hatchback was gone. I looked back over my shoulder on a hook beside the door. Car keys. I drove up the number 7 highway, a winding mountain road. Headlights cut through the falling snow like warp speed stars. Window wipers wiped back and forth with percussive rhythm. My Toyota reverberated with the drones of rubber against wet asphalt. No other vehicles in sight. Like I said before, movement always calmed me down. Before I owned a car, I used to go for these long, solitary hikes out in the mountains. There's something about constant motion, outside, alone, peaceful. I drove for over an hour without stopping, feeling calmer with each passing mile, reminding myself that I'd been away from that house with a basement for months now. Months of completely disregarding the rules, and nothing happened. No terrible revelations. No intruder from the basement. No evil doppelgangers. Only paranoid and fleeting moments of fear. Maybe after all that, the rules really didn't mean nothing. Maybe Paul was right. The snow was falling faster now, getting dangerous. I turned off on the 62 exit and wound back for home. The orange swipe of streetlights against the windshield, the drone of my car, the wiping of the wiper. Up ahead, red lights. Yellow hazards blinking on the side of the road. I sped past. It was the white hatchback with tinted windows. The front hood was popped open, and a man stood on the shoulder, trying to wave me down, but I didn't stop. Something felt wrong. But before even reaching the next exit, my heart changed. Horror stories ran through my head. Stories about broken down cars on lonely winter mountain roads, people freezing to death before the sun even came up. Begrudgingly, I signaled off at the next exit and hauled back around. I pulled a U-turn and parked up behind the white car, hit my hazard lights. The driver wasn't standing outside anymore. The back door of his car swung open and he stepped out, bundled in winter clothes with a scarf pulled up around his face. Vaguely familiar. He waved, stepped up to the front of his car, pulled the hood shut. He stepped around to the passenger side and pulled the door open. Hunching over, he reached into his glove box, took out a brown paper envelope and tucked it into his winter coat. I studied him as he pushed the door shut and strode back towards me. Leaning over, I unlocked the passenger side door. The stranger latched the door open, hunched over, and looked at me, his eyes filled with immediate recognition. He pulled his scarf down, and it was Mitch. A knot twisted in my stomach. I hadn't seen him since I saw something crawl out of his mouth and leave his body in a mangled heap on the kitchen floor. "Brandon?" he said, not sure if it was actually me. It was dark. The interior light of my car was broken. "Mitch?" I said back, even though I already knew it was him. "Huh. Wow." He looked back over his shoulder. "Small world." I nodded. Part of me actually considered just flooring it, getting the fuck out of there, but I didn't. Maybe this was Mitch after all. Maybe his death was nothing but another nightmarish vision. But more than anything, I stayed out of curiosity. Always curiosity. "What are the chances, huh?" said Mitch, turning back to me. I huffed. He was right about that. "I'm a little stranded out here. You might have noticed." He ran a hand through snow-speckled jet-black hair. "Tried calling a tow truck, but the service out here..." He threw his hands up. "You need a lift?" I said, immediately regretting the offer. "You don't mind?" I shook my head. "Exit 25 on your way?" asked Mitch. I'll take the bus from there." We drove in silence for the first 5 minutes. All the while the elephant of the past sat between us. Finally, Mitch spoke up. "So, how have you been?" I knew exactly what he was asking about. He wanted to know what happened after I said fuck it and threw his list of rules to the curb. But that was the last thing I wanted to talk about. No more ruminating. No more obsessing over answers. Ever since I moved away from that godforsaken house, my life had improved significantly, and that's all that mattered. I've been good," I said. Another awkward silence followed as Mitch expected me to ask him the same. I reached for the radio and turned the knob. Static blared. Every channel was nothing but white noise. Yeah, no signal out here," said Mitch, rubbing his hands together from the cold. I turned off the radio and gripped the steering wheel. How have you been?" I finally offered. "Up and down," he said. "No more work thanks to COVID, so I had to move in with Paul." I raised an eyebrow. Mitch caught my look and shrugged. "Thought maybe I was wrong about it, you know?" "Wrong about what?" "Some of my memories." Mitch turned away and looked out the window, his breath fogged against the glass. White lines of falling snow streaked past. What brings you upstate?" I asked, curiosity slowly building again. "Just need to get out of town." "Fair enough." Mitch opened his mouth like he was about to say something else, but he stopped, shook his head a little, turned back to look out the window. More silence. He glanced down and his eye caught something, the chrome switchblade sitting in the cup holder. He reached down and lifted it up, studying it. Where'd you get this?" "Weed dealer," I said. "Back in high school." Mitch turned the blade, flicked it open, and flicked it shut. "Huh." He tossed it back into the cup holder and leaned back in his seat. "I'm gonna get some sleep," he said. Shifting his weight, he nestled his head against his seatbelt and shut his eyes. Despite my paranoia, I felt calmer now. This felt like the real Mitch. But even if it wasn't, I'd be dropping him off a few exits anyway. About 30 minutes later, I pulled off onto exit 25. The car bumped over a snag in the road and Mitch stirred awake. "Next left up here," he said, still groggy. We turned down a narrow road, walls of dark forest on either side. About 100 feet ahead, a lonely bus stop, lit only by the cold, bluish glow of a solitary streetlight. I pulled to a stop in front of it. "Thanks, Brandon," said Mitch, reaching for the door. I could tell he still wanted to say something else, but was holding back. Of course, Mitch. Be safe." He nodded, pulled open the door, and paused. He pulled the door shut, turned back to me, and sighed. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out the brown paper envelope. I studied him. It's okay if you don't want to talk about this, but..." He rubbed his forehead with his palm. I've been digging a little, doing some more research again, and well, his eyes turned deadly serious. I think I've almost figured this thing out. He reached into the envelope and pulled out an inch-thick stack of papers, photos, and documents. I think I know what it wants, what it's trying to do. My curiosity was screaming at me, begging me to listen, but thanks, Mitch. I'm good. He looked at me, confused. I cleared my throat, trying to keep all that in my past now. Mitch stared at me for a long 5 seconds, then nodded slowly, slid the stack of papers back into the envelope, and reached for the door handle. You change your mind, just call me, he said, almost indignant. He pushed the door open and stepped back out into the cold. The snow had turned into a sludgy mix of slush and rain. Mitch slammed the door shut, wandered up to the bus stop, and sat down on the bench. Clenching my jaw, I shifted into drive and pulled away. I'd like to say I kept driving. I'd like to say I left Mitch at the bus stop, and that was the end of it. That I finally won out against my obsession for answers, but I didn't. Barely made it 50 feet before I pulled into reverse and drove back. I leaned over and pushed open the passenger side door. He looked at me, not surprised that I had returned. He pushed up from the bench, strode over to the car, sat down in the passenger seat, and pulled the door shut. The engine idled as slush and rain beat down from above, the lukewarm gust of ventilation against my face. Window wipers uselessly wiping the same mess of icy mush back and forth. Mitch reached into his jacket, pulled out the envelope, and placed it on the dashboard. You sure about this? He said. I wasn't, but I nodded anyway. Mitch smiled grimly, reached into the envelope, and pulled out the stack of papers. So after you left my apartment, he slowly flipped through the papers as he spoke, I called up Paul, told him what happened, told him you were hysterical, that you broke the door to get out. I still don't know why I called him, but I did. I think some part of me still believes he's my dad. I still do. Mitch stopped on a photograph, paper clipped onto a page scrawled with manic notes and scribbled coat rack sketches. It was a photo of him as a kid, with the rest of his family. His mother Holly, his dad Paul, even his late sister Evelyn. All of them stood outside a blue tent, dressed for camping, smiling, happy. Mitch smiled sadly as he flipped to the next page. A month or so after you left, my work fell apart, as I told you. Couldn't afford to pay rent, buy food, so I asked Paul if I could move in. At first, it was out of necessity, but also, I started wondering again. After our last meeting, maybe there's a way to figure this all out. Maybe even to put a stop to it. I guess something told me the answer was at Paul's house. He placed the stack of papers onto the dashboard and glanced down. His eyes caught the ashtray full of cigarette butt, remnants from my temporary smoking relapse. Do you mind if I... Mitch reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of smokes. Go for it. Mitch nodded, squeezed a cigarette between his lips. He pulled out a lighter. He flicked, but no flame. Flicked again, still nothing. I reached into my own pocket, pulled out my lighter, reached across, and flicked it on. Mitch leaned forward and held the tip of his cigarette into the flame and leaned back. Thanks, he said, exhaling smoke. I tucked the lighter away. Mitch scratched his eyebrow with his thumb, his eyes darting back and forth as he watched the window wipers seesaw. The blue glow of the streetlight cast shadows of trailing raindrops onto his face, almost like sad clown makeup. He cleared his throat. So I moved in with Paul, took the guest room. What about his old army friend? Mitch nodded. Lawrence? Apparently his condition worsened. He had to go back down south for full-time care in a real hospital. At least that's what Paul told me. You saw him, right, Lawrence? I nodded. Covered in bandages? I nodded again. There's no reason to have decade-old burns, injuries, bandaged like that, Mitch said. That simple fact wedged into my head like a needle. I turned back and stared out through the windshield. Headlights cast into the darkness ahead. The road seemed to stretch on for an eternity now. On either side, motionless trees stood like an audience of silent watchers. Ancient, apathetic. Mitch shuffled through the stack of papers and pulled out another photograph. Look! I looked. The inside of a shed filled with dozens upon dozens of coat racks. This was in Paul's backyard, said Mitch. He tucked the photo away and pulled out an aerial blueprint of the neighborhood. Lines of blue ink led away from Paul's house in a branching web-like pattern. He's got tunnels leading to every house in the neighborhood. I think he's the one breaking in, leaving coat racks in the corners. Why? Mitch butt his cigarette out in the ashtray. I haven't figured everything out yet, but I'm getting there. He rubbed his nose and continued. Your friend, Zachary Serrano? I think Paul was drunk driving one night all those years and hit this kid on the interstate. Took his body and buried it up on the Bowery Cliffs. How did he know about Zach? I shook my head. I talked with Zach's mother and... She said a guy confessed to it. Mason Parker, right? Long haul trucker? I didn't respond. Mitch held out a printout of a news article. Parker came forward about 2 years back, right? Again, I didn't respond. Mitch, increasingly frantic, pulled out another photo and tossed it onto the dashboard. A dead body in a basement corner, naked and decomposing. A plastic bag wrapped over its head. It was the same image that had flashed through my mind when I talked with Zach's mom. Where did you get this? That's not important. This guy, Mason Parker, he lost his mind in the months leading up to his suicide. Mitch made finger quotes on the word suicide. Same method my sister used, by the way. His eyes looked slightly crazier with each passing minute. Mason was on house arrest when he started telling his supervisors that he never actually confessed, that he never even hit anybody. He told them some guy, a drunk driver from a parallel timeline or something, hit and run this kid Zach and switched places with Mason. He told them this guy could hide behind people's faces, look out through their eyes. Of course, they wrote him off as insane. I shook my head. Brandon, I know it sounds crazy, but trust me here. I've almost figured this out. What about Howie? I said, finding it hard to hear about Zach. I'm not 100% on him, but I think he's a vessel for the intruder, a channel to spy on new recruits, so to speak. I didn't respond. Mitch pulled out another image, shards of glass on the road, police caution tape, a wreck of a blue Toyota hatchback upside down in a ditch, totaled. That's your car, right? This car? The car we're in right now? Again, I didn't respond. When you visited my apartment, you told me you almost hit a bear on the way over, right? I squinted at the image. This car had my license plate. If it was a fake, it was a convincing fake. So the next day, Mitch continued, I went out to investigate, and I found this accident scene. Police were already there. Apparently, the driver died on impact. I did some more digging, and it turned out the driver's name was Brandon Miller. I didn't know what to say. My head was starting to spiral. Brandon, listen to me. I have more proof. He pulled out a copy of a police report detailing the nature of the crash. This wasn't easy to get a hold of, he said, holding it towards me. I waved it away, starting to feel my sanity slipping again. Brandon, this is important. I think I know how to stop it too. I think I can get you, and maybe even my dad, back to normal. I rolled my eyes. So I was dead the whole time or something? I said, trying to stay grounded. No, but this version of you died. He held up another image, a close-up of the driver's seat in the totaled car, a body hunched over the steering wheel, face hidden. It's just like what happened with my dad when he tried driving his truck off the Bowery Cliffs. I think it created another version of you. And I'm that version? No, well, I don't know. Maybe. Why? What does it want? I'm still figuring that part out. What does Zach have to do with it? I think my dad killing Zach is maybe what started all of this. Like he hit this kid and somehow the intruder showed up and helped him escape the consequences. Like he made a deal with the devil. I mean, I have other theories too. This is just one. But we could put together what we both know and actually figure this out. Think about it, he said, his eyes filled with manic energy. I'm thinking about it, and it sounds fucking crazy, Mitch. Mitch ignored the slight. When I was a kid, like really young, I went out to the garage late one night. My dad was there, power washing blood off his truck. Told me he hit a coyote, and I believed him, but now... He trailed off and pulled out another photo. Look! The image was a severed finger laying atop a blood-streaked asphalt, a yellow evidence number 8 signed beside it. That's from your friend, Zach, where he died. That's his finger. I winced and looked away, but didn't need to see that. Think about it, Brandon, Mitch continued. You just left town, ignored the rules, and now your life is fucking better? Did you really think you could get away from it that easy? Like the rules didn't mean anything? Did you really think this was over? He looked at me expecting an answer, but I just stared at him, seeing the same crazed obsession in his eyes, the same obsession that almost killed me. Mitch turned away. So I went back to Paul's house about a week ago and he's not even there. The place is boarded up, overgrown, like abandoned for years. I even asked the neighbors about it. It's like he just stopped existing. Mitch. He ignored me. There's too many connections here, too much evidence. You can't just move on with this, Brandon. We need to figure this thing out. We can make sure this doesn't happen to anybody else. Mitch. We can even figure out why your friend Zach had to die. We can figure out how to save you from this, save Paul, maybe even save my sister. Mitch. I'm heading upstate to speak with Mason Parker's cousin, ask her about what he said in the days leading up to... Enough. I snapped with bitter spite. Mitch looked at me, his eyes wide and sad like a scolded dog. Brandon, are you not listening to me? Did you not see these photos? I've moved on, I said plainly, fighting every instinct in my body to keep listening, keep searching for answers. But now I knew enough to know all this searching led nowhere good, true or not. This only led to misery. Mitch stared at me in disbelief. He lifted the stack of papers. There's... I shook my head, and he trailed off into silent defeat. I stared straight ahead, eyes locked on the road. Mitch sighed and reached for the door. He froze, hand on the latch. I found your story online. The words hung in the silent air. Mitch's hand slid off the door latch down to his thigh. You know it's using you, right? Again, he waited for my response, but I remained quiet. You need to take that story down. I shut my eyes, trying to stay calm, trying to stay focused. Did you seriously forget about no third parties? Brandon? I opened my eyes. You need to take that story down. The more people read it, the more influence he gains. It's using you. Why do you think my dad randomly encouraged you to pick up writing again? Does that really make sense to you? Thanks, Mitch. I'll think about it. Mitch's eyes shot down to the switchblade in the cup holder, then back to me. His eyes flicked back and forth, considering terrible options. Mitch, I'm not saying I don't believe you. You might even have some of this figured out. I'm sure you do, but you told me yourself. All this obsession, searching for answers, it's not leading anywhere good. For a moment, his eyes filled with half understanding, an understanding that faded as he turned away and stared out the window. This is all I got now, he said, placing the brown envelope onto his lap. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Turning back, he hunched down and met my eyes. "Take that story down," he said, but this time it sounded like a threat. A genuine threat, considering he likely knew where I lived. He looked back over his shoulder into the dark forest. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. All night, Mitch's face had been mostly concealed in the darkness, but now in the dim glow of the streetlight, I could see something strange. Scarring at the corner of his lips, ink and blotchy, like it was cut with a knife and healed over. Subtle, but unmistakable. An image flashed through my mind. Mitch standing in the middle of his apartment kitchen, head snapped back as a gaunt hands pushed out of his throat and the corners of his lips started ripping. "See you around, Brandon," said Mitch, tucking the envelope away, pushing the door shut. He wandered back towards the bus stop. He sat down. I looked straight ahead and took another deep breath. I exhaled, shifted into forward, pulled a U-turn and drove away. At the four-way stop about 100 feet down the road, I reached up to adjust the rearview mirror and the bus stop was empty. Mitch was gone. I looked back over my shoulder. A crawling chill slid down my spine. He was standing in the road now, standing with pin-straight posture beneath the streetlight. His back turned to me. Icy rain and slush beat down from above. He stood motionless, unaffected. The light flickered and I almost expected him to disappear or move closer, but he didn't. He just stood in the exact same spot, staring out into the endless dark, rigid. I floored it the fuck out of there, sped all the way home and never looked back. That was the last time I saw Mitch, or at least that version of him. But something tells me he'll show up again, maybe in a month, maybe in a year, maybe on my deathbed. I know the intruder isn't finished with me yet, and I don't think he's finished with any of us, you included, but I'm okay with that. I'd be lying if I said Mitch's theories don't bother me. Despite all his insanity, some of it actually made sense. A disturbing amount of sense. For 3 weeks straight, I fought the urge to investigate further. Fought the urge to start Googling Mason Parker, Paul Carver, Zachary Serrano. I told myself it was all part of the intruder's game. The photos, the threads, all of it was just bait. Tantalizing crumbs of half-truths, all designed to pull me back into his clusterfuck of convoluted conspiracy. It wasn't easy, but I resisted. I'm not proud of much, but I am proud of that. I went for a hike last week. Needed to clear my head. So I drove downstate, went to the same trail Zach and I used to explore as kids. I dressed for winter and brought a pack of vanilla-flavored cigarillos. I figured I earned a one-time relapse after pushing through all this. I brought my switchblade along too, just in case. Everything felt different out here now, smaller, covered in patches of melting snow. I wandered down the winding trails, down past Old House, past the Rendleshams, down towards the base of the Cauldron Cliffs. The old rusted car was still there too, the same one Zach wanted to stand on, half stuck in the frozen riverbed. The air was crisp. A gentle breeze swept up from downriver and pushed through me like a spirit. I stepped up to the edge of the bank. I breathed in. I stepped out, setting a foot onto the ice. It was solid, like concrete. I exhaled. I set both feet out. It felt safe. I shuffled across the river towards the abandoned car, slipping as I went. I stood on top of the rusted car in the middle of the icy riverbed at the bottom of the Cauldron Cliffs. I pulled a smoke out, lit up, inhaled. A warm rush of nicotine poured through me like an old but toxic friend. I like to say I had some profound insight here, some meaningful revelation, but I didn't. If anything, I just felt sadder about Zach than I ever felt before. I sat there for about an hour, maybe two. It was hard to know. Another breeze pushed up from downriver and chilled through me. It was getting colder. Time to go. I tucked the now empty pack of smokes back into my pocket. I pushed up from the dead car and hobbled my way back across the icy riverbed and stepped up onto the riverbank. Time to go home. I made my way back up the winding trails, up past Old House, past the Rendleshams, over Planters Creek, I turned the corner and stepped onto the last stretch of long straight path before the sparse winter forest. The same path from my last memory with Zach. I kept walking around and a branch snapped behind me. I spun around. About 20 feet down the path, a grizzly, malnourished and gaunt, lumbered onto the trail. I froze. I didn't even know grizzlies lived here. But even if they did, shouldn't it be hibernating? The bear froze, stared at me, and huffed. Hot fog pushed out through its nostrils. Fear rushed through me like a knife. I stepped backward, started to turn away, started to think about running, but I stopped. I turned back, I stared into the old creature's silent eyes. I took a deep breath. I exhaled. The bear raised its head, studying me, judging me. "Hey," I said, as calm as I could imagine. "How have you been?" The bear's head tilted slightly, and it took a quick step forward. I didn't move. I kept talking. I told her about how I used to go hiking up here with my friend Zach. I told her about my year, about the coat rack in the basement corner, all the while slowly backing up. The bear matched my pace, the gap between us shrinking with each step. I stopped moving, reached back, pulled out my pack of smokes, an empty carton now. I placed it gently on the ground. Then I took another careful step backward. The bear matched me, pushed forward as I stepped back. I stopped. I gritted my teeth and this time took a step forward, a step towards the bear. It looked at me, confused, primal fear shuffling through my body like a deck of manic cards. But I didn't have time to worry about that right now. I set it aside. The bear sniffed the air again, then took another, more cautious step forward, and another one. Everything in my body screamed at me to run, screamed at me, turn heel and bolt, but I didn't. I stood motionless, eyes locked with the bear. She reached the carton on the ground and bent forward, sniffing it, turning it over with her nose, curious. I exhaled slowly and took another step back. She looked up at me, almost annoyed at my being there now. She went back to biting and pawing at the pack. I took another step and another one step after another until I was 50 feet away, till I was 100 feet away, 200 feet. I stepped backward until I reached the bend, rounded the corner and walked to the parking lot, got in my car and drove back home. Again, no profound insights or realizations came over me. I just felt sad. I missed my dad. I missed Zach. Of course, I know this isn't done. I don't think it ever will be. I know I haven't seen the last of Mitch, Howie, maybe even Paul. I know Mitch isn't going to stop until the story is taken down, and something tells me the intruder will follow me until the day I die. I've learned to live with that. Whatever happens, I'm okay with it. I'm not happy about it, but I'll accept it. Honestly, though, Mitch might be right. I even considered deleting this story. It seems possible that the intruder, if he's real, might be using me to spread its influence to whoever reads this. But I don't care anymore. Why would I? For the first time in my life, I'm okay with waking up in the morning. I'm okay with existing. And as much as I hate to admit it, ever since the intruder showed up, ever since I stopped following those stupid rules, ever since I stopped searching for answers, ever since I accepted things and moved on, my life's only gotten better. Maybe yours will too.